안녕하세요. 네, 이제 곧 행사를 시작하겠습니다. 이제 자리를 앉아주시면 고맙겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin shortly. We'd like to request all the participants to be seated as soon as possible.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 사단법인 북한인권.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bada. I'm the Secretary General of the PSCORE and NKHRC. We'd like to now begin the conference without further ado. I'll just give you some housekeeping remarks, and there will be another moderator to guide you through today's conference. Channel 1 is for the Korean language, Channel 2 for the English language. So if you need interpretation services, please make sure that you utilize the kit on your tables.
Interpretation devices now on your table. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. All sessions and presentations today will be conducted in both Korean and English. So if you need interpretation devices, please turn your devices on and make sure it's working properly. 그럼 지금부터 사회는 PSCORE 인턴인
Dear guests, dear panelists, dear audiences, welcome to the 2025 International Conference marking the 20th anniversary of the Responsibility to Protect. My name is Nahana Winninger. I am currently working as an intern at PSCORE while finishing my master's degree. Secretary General Bada and I will be your MCs for today. This conference was made possible through the contributions of our co-hosts, People for Successful Korean Reunification, the North Korean Human Rights Cooperative, Hanbyeon Lawyers for Human Rights and Unification of Korea, the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect, and the Asia Pacific Center for the Responsibility to Protect. Thank you to all of them for supporting this event. During the next 2 days, this conference will feature an opening ceremony followed by 6 sessions discussing different aspects of the R2P principle in relation to North Korean human rights before finishing off with a closing ceremony. Session 1 to 4 will be held today, while session 5 and 6 will take place tomorrow. For both days, a live stream is available in both Korean and English on PSCORE's YouTube channel. Going forward, please allow me to present today's program to you all. The program can also be found in the conference booklet, and the timetable is provided in the invitation. Today's opening ceremony will start with opening remarks by the President of PSCORE and the North Korean Human Rights Corporation, Attorney Kim Tae-Hoon. Afterwards, PSCORE will present a video in honor of the 20th anniversary of the R2P principle. A keynote speech by the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, will follow. A group photo will conclude the opening ceremony. We warmly invite everyone to join. After the group photo, we will proceed with the first session themed 20 Years R2P, followed by session 2 discussing North Korean human rights and R2P. After the lunch break, we will continue with session 3, R2P case studies in Asia. This session is subdivided into 2 parts. The first half features discussions on Myanmar, while the second half discusses Cambodia. After this session, everyone is invited to join us for a brief coffee break. Lastly, session 4 will conclude the first day of our conference. It discusses examples of expanding R2P, AI, climate crisis, and refugees. Today's event holds profound meaning. Not only is it the second conference of its kind to be held in South Korea on R2P in the North Korean human rights context, but it also is the 20th anniversary of the R2P principle. This gives today's event an important opportunity to examine not only North Korean human rights, but also the R2P principle itself. Let us open our conference by extending a warm round of applause to Attorney Kim Tae-Hoon and welcome him to the stage.
Good morning. I am Kim Tae-Hoon, an attorney and a representative of NKHRC and PSCORE. It is my distinct privilege to host this significant international conference on the 80th anniversary of the UN's founding and the 20th anniversary of R2P's adoption. Despite your busy year-end schedules, I extend my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished guests who have traveled from around the world to grace this occasion. In particular, I would like to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, Kang-jin. Notably, during his tenure, he presented a report implementing the responsibility to protect, which helped catalyze the General Assembly's October 2009 resolution on R2P. By joining us again following his attendance in 2023, he reminds us of the exceptional bond between the UN and the Republic of Korea. 77 years ago, the United Nations aided in the founding of the Republic of Korea. 75 years ago, it defended our nation from North Korean aggression, making today's prosperity possible. Now, marking the 20th anniversary of R2P, this gathering holds a special meaning for us. Since October 14, 2014, we have held weekly Tuesday rallies to urge the enactment and proper implementation of the North Korean Human Rights Act. It is a profound honor that this conference marks the 334th continuation of their persistent journey to safeguard human rights and peace on the Korean Peninsula. 2 years ago, we gathered in this same place with a shared purpose. Today, on this deeply meaningful occasion, we reconvene at a critical moment, one that calls for both reflection and renewed determination. R2P emerged from one of humanity's darkest chapters, the failures in Rwanda and Srebrenica. It affirms the fundamental truth that sovereignty entails responsibility, not impunity. Yet, as the Secretary General's 2025 report warns, atrocity crimes are once again on the rise worldwide. Polarization, nationalism, and geopolitical paralysis have weakened trust in multilateral institutions. Despite the existence of unprecedented early warning tools, a persistent gap remains between commitment and action. Ultimately, the UN's credibility depends on its ability to protect civilians. This must remain the moral core of international peace and security. Nowhere is this responsibility more urgent than in North Korea. Behind the nuclear and missile provocations lies undeniably the world's longest-running human rights tragedy, spanning over 70 years. Recently, on the 19th, the Third Committee of the UN General Assembly once again adopted, for the 21st consecutive year, a resolution on the human rights situation in North Korea, condemning its systematic, widespread, and gross violations in the strongest terms. It is deeply regrettable that this sheer duration of this nightmare has bred global fatigue. As the world turns to new crises, the chronic suffering of North Koreans is being tragically overshadowed. The landmark 2014 COI report concluded that systematic, widespread, and gross violations within North Korea, amounting to crimes against humanity, are integral features of a totalitarian system designed to maintain absolute control through fear and punishment. Tragically, the situation has worsened. The 2025 report by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights confirms tighter state control through new ideological laws, expanded surveillance, and total restrictions on information. North Korea is the only place in the world that prohibits its residents from using the internet. Political prison camps continue to operate. Enforced disappearance persists. And family reunions remain unsuspended. The 성분 caste system, religion, religious persecution, gender-based violence, and chronic hunger endure without meaningful reform or accountability. The demolition of the Mountain Kumgang Family Reunion Center and the forced repatriation of North Korean escapees from China reveal an environment of increasing repression. The international community united to condemn Pyongyang's hostile two-state doctrine, warning that this policy deepens division and denies its citizens any hope. Moreover, its growing military cooperation with Russia signals not normalization, but the export of repression and complicity in external war crimes. These realities remind us that R2P's relevance is not abstract. It is a universal commitment to human dignity that transcends geography. We must also address other pressing situations, such as Myanmar, where the junta continues to perpetrate mass atrocities, and Cambodia, whose painful journey from genocide to justice offers vital lessons. Together, these cases illustrate that R2P is not merely reactive. It is preventive, principled, and grounded in justice. To uphold R2P in our time, we must reinvigorate multilateral cooperation. Atrocity prevention must be mainstreamed across peacekeeping, human rights, and development efforts. Development without protection is fragile, and protection without justice remains incomplete. Civil society, survivor communities, and local human rights defenders must be central, not bystanders. Their courage, information, and moral clarity sustain the global conscience that keeps R2P alive. At the same time, we must recognize emerging challenges that threaten civilian protection in the 21st century. The climate crisis, AI, disinformation, cyber manipulation, and the weaponization of technology to suppress dissent. Effective atrocity prevention today must therefore encompass the building of resilient societies rooted in the rule of law, social trust, equality, and empathy. Distinguished participants, the responsibility to protect is not a static doctrine, but a living commitment. It evolves as new threats emerge and new lessons are learned. Today's conference is an opportunity to strengthen that commitment by bridging legal principles with more moral responsibility and human solidarity. As we commemorate the 8th anniversary R2P, let us reaffirm that never again must not remain an aspiration, but a promise we strive to uphold through concrete action. particularly for the people of North Korea and for all who still endure oppression and violence. Thank you. Now, I would like to briefly introduce some of the distinguished guests in attendance, in no particular order. We kindly ask that individuals being introduced remain comfortably seated, and that the audience acknowledge them with a warm gaze rather than applause. 잠깐 여기 계신 분들을 소개하고자 합니다.
Once again, I'd like to briefly introduce the VIP guests. We do not ask the participants to rise from the seats. Please remain seated, and please give them a big round of applause.
Secretary General of the United Nations. His Excellency Yerine Müller, Ambassador of Slovenia to Republic of Korea. I'm not sure Francisco Gonzalez shares the details of Colombia to the Republic of Korea, whether he's attending. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I would also like to introduce the representatives of our co-hosting organizations. Mr. Lee Jae-won, President of Han-Byun, Lawyers for Human Rights and Unification of Korea. Ms. Savita Pawnday, Executive Director of the R2P, and leading experts on atrocity prevention. Dr. Sarah Teitt, Director of the AP-R2P. We are also honored to have with us Ambassador Blanka Jamnisek, the Slovenian National Focal Point for R2P. Dr. Noel Morada of Chulalongkorn University. Former Ambassador of Japan, of Cambodia to Japan, Mr. Sosra. Professor Boris Kondoch of Far East University. Mr. Tim Peters, founder of the HHK Catacombs. Are you here? Okay, thank you. Next, I would like to introduce the distinguished guests from Korea. 예, 한국에서 오신 분들을 간략히 소개해드리겠습니다. First, I'd like to introduce former Supreme Court Justice Yung-Hoon of Republic of Korea. We also welcome former National Assembly, oh no, he doesn't present, okay. Former Ambassador to Russia, Mr. Lee Jae-chun. Yeah, and I'm not sure his name, but His Excellency, the Ambassador of Peru to Republic of Korea, is present here. Thank you. Thank you very much. And also, His Excellency Francisco Gonzalez Charles de Fels of Colombia is present now. And former Vice Minister of the Ministry of Unification of Korea, Mr. Kim So-gu. Also, Ambassador Choi Sung-ju. We are also joined by Seoul Metropolitan Council member Lee Jong-bae. Is he here? Yeah, okay, thank you. Professor Nam Kwang-kyu of Korea University. Are you here? Okay. Then Mr. Jo Jung-hyun, President of the Korea Senior Human Rights Associations. Thank you. Mr. Bae Byung-ho, advisor to the NKHRC. Thank you. Directors of NKHRC, Kim Il-ju and Oh Bong-seok. Mr. Son Kwang-ju, Executive Director of the Coalition of North Korean Human Rights Organizations. Ms. Chae Soo-jung, President of the Life Saving Movement Headquarters. Chae Soo-jung, 대표님. Professor Park Heung-Soon, 계십니까? 예. And Mr. Ro Ha-gu, President of the Displaced Persons Association. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce our distinguished guests who are themselves North Korean escapees. Mr. Kang Chol-han, President of the North Korea Strategy Center and the survivor of the notorious Yodok political prison camp. 강철환 대표님, 아까 오셨었는데, 예, 감사합니다. Then also 허강일 대표님 안 오셨죠?
Mr. Ho Gang-il is not present today.
Yung-Hoon, Director of NKHRC, who is also the first North Korean defector to become a licensed attorney. 리형현 변호사님. 예, 저쪽에 계십니다. 예, 또 이병인 대표님 오셨나요?
Mr. Lee Byung-in,
Yeah, and many others who honor us with their presence today. But I ask for your generous understanding that I am unable to introduce everyone individually due to the time constraints. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Kim Tae-Hoon, for opening the conference. We will now show an introductory video to the R2P principle and North Korean human rights. This video will be published through the PSCORE YouTube channel after we've shown it here today. A live stream for today's event is also available on PSCORE's YouTube channel, both in English and Korean.
For the first time, you will accept clearly and unambiguously that you will have a collective response and a collective responsibility to protect populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. You will make clear your willingness to take timely and decisive and collective action through the Security Council when peaceful means prove inadequate and national authorities are manifestly failing to protect their own populations. Excellencies, you will be pledged to act if another Rwanda looms.
Today, we commemorate 20 years since the Responsibility to Protect, or R2P, was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly at the 2005 World Summit. This milestone stands as a testament to the shared commitment of all 193 UN member states to uphold the three pillars of responsibility that R2P is built upon. First, that each state has the responsibility to protect its populations from four mass atrocity crimes: genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansing. Second, that the wider international community has the responsibility to encourage and assist individual states in meeting that responsibility. And third, that when a state is manifestly failing to protect its populations, the international community must be prepared to take appropriate collective action in a timely and decisive manner and in accordance with the UN Charter. In short, R2P is a global promise to ensure that atrocities like the genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, and Bosnia are never to happen again. Since 2005, R2P has been employed numerous times all over the world. In 2007, the international community, through effective mediation efforts, successfully prevented the ongoing ethnic violence against the Kikuyu people in Kenya from descending into genocide. This has often been cited as the first example of R2P in practice. Similarly, in 2011, the UN Security Council authorised the use of force to protect populations across Libya from the government's violent crackdown against uprisings.
In 2011, the responsibility to protect came of age. The principle was tested as never before. The results were uneven, but at the end of the day, tens of thousands of lives were saved.
Despite these victories, R2P has continued to face several challenges, most notably in Syria and Myanmar. Between 2011 and 2020, Russia and China used their veto power 16 times to block UN resolutions aimed at implementing R2P in Syria, resulting in the deaths of over 100,000 Syrians and the displacement of millions. In Myanmar, the military government continues to commit crimes against humanity, including the detention, torture, and murder of its own people. Burmese pro-democracy movements have urged the international community to invoke R2P to prevent further atrocities from happening. The ongoing humanitarian crisis in Myanmar underscores the international community's failure to hold the military government accountable for its atrocities, including the 2017 Rohingya genocide. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or North Korea, is one of the most authoritarian and repressive countries in the world, systematically and extensively violating universal human rights. The North Korean government has committed countless heinous atrocities against its own citizens, including torture, enslavement, murder, imprisonment, sexual violence, political and religious persecution, and prolonged starvation. The widespread presence of labour camps, political prisons, and detention centres are well documented. The government targets individuals who they consider to be politically suspect, subjecting those accused of political crimes to abduction, enforced disappearance, and even execution without trial. The North Korean government has continued to isolate itself from the international community, refusing to cooperate with international human rights institutions such as the OHCHR office in Seoul and the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. In recent years, international engagement with North Korea has primarily centred on denuclearisation and security concerns, leaving human rights issues largely overlooked. This is particularly concerning given that North Korea's human rights situation is inextricably linked to its nuclear programme, which relies on forced labour, exacerbates widespread poverty and hunger, and enhances the government's ability to repress dissent without the fear of international accountability or intervention. The human rights crisis in North Korea underscores the urgent need for the international community to uphold the principle of R2P. For far too long, the North Korean government has violated this international law, failing to protect its own citizens while not facing any consequences for its atrocities and abuses. With tens of thousands of North Korean escapees living abroad in fear of forced repatriation and many others still inside the country being sent to Russia to endure harsh labour conditions or participate in armed conflicts like the war in Ukraine, there is overwhelming evidence indicating that crimes against humanity are being committed by the North Korean regime.
We must not forget how remarkably far we have come in so short time. The world has embraced the responsibility to protect, not because it is easy, but because it is right. We therefore have a moral responsibility to push ahead. Together, let us work with optimism and determination to make the responsibility of protect a living reality for the peoples of the world.
So, As we commemorate 20 years of R2P, let us not forget those in countries such as North Korea, Myanmar and Syria who continue to endure grave human rights violations and unchecked suffering under the hands of authoritarian and repressive regimes. The international community must strengthen its commitment to upholding the responsibility to protect wherever and whenever it can. Only through meaningful and consistent action can we honour the true spirit of R2P and prevent further human rights violations and atrocities from happening.
Let us now turn our attention to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, who already held a meaningful keynote speech at our previous R2P conference 2 years ago. We are grateful for His Excellency's continued engagement with the R2P principle and for his renewed participation in our conference. We are honored to welcome His Excellency Ban Ki-moon to the stage.
Thank you for your very kind introduction. Ms. Savita Pawnday, Executive Director of the Global Center for R2P, and I'd like to also thank lawyer and attorney Kim Tae-Hoon, President of PSCORE, a North Korean and human rights cooperative, Ambassador Blanka, Jamnisek, Slovenian National Focal Point for R2P, Professor Yang-Hee, former UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Situation in Myanmar, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my remarks, allow me to recognize again my very close dear friend and colleague, Ambassador Lee Jae-chun, and former Vice Minister of Unification, Kim So-gu, at this conference. Thank you for your participation and continuing engagement. And there are so many distinguished guests here, sitting here, and not here, who have been working closely with the United Nations and in their own personal capacity to protect the human rights all around the world. It was a great honor for me to have served the United Nations, and I've been speaking out. There are three major elements: peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. Without human rights, what's the use of peace and security? There are seemingly very peaceful countries in the world where the people's human rights are not being respected. That's not proper. That is why I really appreciate your strong commitment. You are not government officials. You are not UN officials. You are not being paid. You are raising your funds from all these sources, and you're working under anybody's direction. So I really appreciate your such a strong commitment for peace, security, and most importantly, human rights. We have just seen the video prepared by this organization. Again, I'm standing with a very solemn mind. During my 10 years service as the Secretary General, I've been speaking out all the times. I try to visit myself wherever possible, whenever possible, wherever I could see and hear directly from those people whose human rights are not being respected. I don't know how many times I went to Myanmar. I don't know how many times I went to Africa and many other places. There are some countries seemingly peaceful. Those are the dictators because they are not able to speak up. But that does not mean that they are living in a sustainable world. That does not mean that their human rights are respected. In that regard, I have a huge respect for all of you. Now, I am a private citizen. I do not have any power, but I still have moral power, moral responsibility to work with you. That is why I'm joining you today. And let me just read out which has been prepared at this time. Thank you very much for your, again, a strong commitment. And this is my continuing commitment to work with you as closely as possible. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege to speak to you at the International Conference on the R2P, Responsibility to Protect, on the occasion of its landmark 20th anniversary. My appreciation goes to the organizers, PSCORE, People for Successful Korean Reunification, NKHRC, North Korean Human Rights Cooperative, Hanbyeon, Lawyers for Human Rights and Unification of Korea, the Global Center for the R2P, and the Asia Pacific Center for the R2P for their hard work in preparing this timely conference. We have all come together to take stock of and assess the relevance and application of the R2P, particularly in relation to the North Korean human rights situation. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are witnessing new threats and emerging challenges to human rights in every corner of the world. Indeed, we have seen a shocking increase in conflict-related atrocity crimes, grave human rights abuses, which will have profound implications on our societies and our entire world. These ongoing threats and challenges to human rights reinforce an inherent nexus with the three pillars of the United Nations: peace, development, and human rights. And they all call for reinvigorated global solidarity. This is particularly vital as human rights constitute the building blocks that underpin inclusive, resilient societies. We must uphold the basic principles of human rights, even during the conflicts. They offer a pathway to durable peace and post-conflict reconciliation, justice, and sustainable development. They are at the top of our toolbox for countering terrorism and violent extremism, and form the basis of peaceful, resilient, and inclusive societies with dignity. Against this backdrop, R2P is a key norm for security and human rights, which was championed by the United Nations in 2005 to directly address the international community's past failures in preventing 4 atrocity crimes, as you have seen on the screens: genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the responsibility to protect R2P, protect people and communities from the scourge of 4 atrocity crimes, has steadily developed as a significant global principle since the historic adoption of the 2005 UN World Summit outcome document. All UN member states are obliged to protect the human rights of their citizens. Indeed, it is their fundamental duty, based on both the United Nations Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted in 1948. While serving as UN Secretary General, I strived to all my efforts to mainstream R2P at the international level to protect vulnerable populations and heed the resonant words of never again, never again. I repeated many, many times, never again this time, following international community's painful failure to protect populations from genocide in Bosnia and Rwanda. In this context, I released landmark report in 2009 on the implementation of the R2P. 3 guiding pillars of R2P were included in this report. If I may repeat, Pillar 1 says that it is the responsibility of every state to protect its own population from 4 atrocity crimes. Pillar 2 mentions that it is the responsibility of the international community to assist the states in protecting their populations. And Pillar 3 provides that it is the responsibility of the international community, namely the United Nations, to protect when a state is manifestly failing to protect its own populations. In 2011, R2P was invoked by the United Nations as Libyan dictator Muammar al-Gaddafi killed many protesters. You should know that I have confronted with Gaddafi many, many times face to face with him. Fearing an even greater massacre, the UN Security Council passed 2 resolutions, number 1970, 1973, which were influenced by R2P principles. Resolution 1970, adopted by the Security Council, resulted in arms embargo and travel ban. Less than a month later, as the situation on the ground steadily worsened and widespread human rights abuses were being committed by Libyan government, Resolution 1973 authorized a no-fly zone and all necessary measures, quote unquote, to be taken to protect civilians from imminent attacks. This essentially provided the UN mandate for a military humanitarian intervention in Libya by a NATO-led coalition forces. The Security Council originally acted under the imperative of protecting civilians, which was supported by states and viewed as the first successful applications of the R2P doctrine. However, this became controversial as a NATO-led coalition switched gears to focus on regime change. As a result, R2P has been viewed by some countries, including China and Russia, as a mere excuse for Western powers to violate state sovereignty and militarily intervene under the guise of protecting human rights. This is quite regrettable that this has been misunderstood by key countries like China and Russia. At the same juncture, another vivid juxtaposition of the selectivity of R2P was occurring in Syria, where political situation became even more bloody and repressive. In spite of ever-worsening situation in Syria, many states increasingly argued that R2P, as applied in Libya, constituted an egregious violation of the basic principle of respect of sovereignty. That is why some countries, including Brazil, claimed the importance of discrete exercise of intervention, namely responsibility while protecting. At the same time, the unique status of 5 permanent members of the Security Council, particularly their use of veto power, has further undermined R2P's possible applications. We witnessed this with the Russian protecting its close ally, Syria, through multiple vetoes over the years of civil war, despite an increasing litany of horrors, including barrel bombs, chemical weapons, and the tragic refugee crisis. Over the last 2 years at the UN Security Council, we have also seen the repetition of history, as the United States has cast 6 vetoes to shield Israel, despite clear atrocity crimes committed in Gaza. This highlights how reform is an important and ongoing process, which is necessary to ensure that the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, remains responsive to today's geopolitical and humanitarian crisis. In fact, I was invited by the President of the Security Council for the month of December, and I'm invited to speak before the Security Council on December 15. I'll make sure that all these kind of points will be also addressed in my statement. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, against this backdrop and nothing inherent interrelation among the UN's 3 pillars, it is imperative for the international community to reaffirm human rights for all. In this regard, international efforts should continue to be made in order to improve the deplorable human rights situation in North Korea. We should never forget those who are suffering the most from the North Korean human rights situations, including the most vulnerable group of people. And the situation in North Korea is particularly dire, as the regime egregiously and continuously violates the basic human rights of its own people, own citizens, through various abuses, mechanisms, forms, and measures. Indeed, the 2014 report of the UN Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in North Korea vividly highlighted, I quote, systematic, widespread, and gross human rights violations, unquote, taking place in that country, North Korea. The report also detailed that, again, I quote, in many instances, the violations found entailed crimes against humanity, unquote. From 2014 and 2018, and again in 2023 and 24, the UN Security Council held the public debates featuring briefings by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights on these tragic issues. In this vein, it is noteworthy that last week, the Republic of Korea government joined the UN Third Committee's resolution on North Korean human rights as a co-sponsor, which would be viewed as new Korean government's recognition that North Korean human rights issue constitutes one of the universal values. Despite this engagement at the United Nations, the human rights situation remains grim for the long-suffering North Korean people, while Pyongyang's military spending still continues to be expanded. And there are basic obstacles in our efforts to improve North Korean human rights. These include, above all, North Korea's categorical refusal to cooperate with the UN about its human rights. At the same time, there is a lack of coherence in the policy of the Republic of Korea on how to deal with the North Korean human rights issues, particularly depending upon the different approaches by ROK administrations, conservative versus progressive governments. In this context, the North Korean Human Rights Foundation, NKHLF, which was stipulated in Article 10 of the 2016 North Korean Human Rights Act, has never been launched as a result of political deadlock between two major principal parties of the board members to be appointment by the National Assembly of Korea. And it is disappointing that in recent organizational restructuring, the Ministry of Unification drastically reduced the Office of Human Rights in North Korea from Shil in Korean means Deputy Minister level, to Kwa, just Office Director level, two steps lower down. This is quite a serious issue now. Despite these overriding challenges, I still believe that there are key pathways for accountability. For example, there are judicial pathways, including referral to the International Criminal Court, ICC. Other actions based on current accountability mechanisms, such as the Seoul office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, could also be considered. In addition, there are non-judicial pathways as well, such as the establishment of Truth Commission and more active engagement with NGOs and North Korean defectors. And rights advocates can lead by example, including by exploring the possibilities to apply responsibility to protect R2P in the field of North Korean human rights. In terms of other pathways for longer-term accountability, it is crucial to support evidence gathering and meticulous documentation about the scope and breadth of the North Korean human rights abuses. At the same time, it is important to historically integrate human rights accountability into broader context of North Korean policy so that the North Korean nuclear issue and human rights situation could be interlinked, as they represent two sides of the very same coin. North Korean human rights situation is further deteriorating as its regime regards two Koreas as separate hostile countries engaged in war. Ladies and gentlemen, international community should do much more to protect human rights and prevent atrocity crimes, especially during this time of interlinked crisis and democratic backsliding worldwide. And we must not forget that the issue of human rights is a typical universal value. There are three pillars of the United Nations Charter: peace, development, human rights. What is more important over there? They are equal among three, but there are seemingly very peaceful country, very developed country, where human rights of their people are not respected. In such a case, we cannot claim that this is a democratic country. In such a case, I've been always speaking out in my capacity as Secretary General, and I'm repeating again, without human rights, there is no such use of peace and development. They are not humanly treated. Everything must be based on human rights. Then I think we can expect peaceful societies and also prosperous economic development. This has been my strong commitment, strong commitment. Let's renew our commitment. The two Koreas consist of the same Korean people. And we, South Koreans, share the same history and culture with North Koreans living just on the other side of the peninsula. We should never close our eyes to the severe, prolonged suffering of our North Korean brothers and sisters. Rights advocates like yourselves can help such efforts, including by speaking up in the face of grave violation and impunity. Indeed, an active and energetic civil society is essential in helping uphold inalienable human rights, hold the leaders accountable, and communicate the values required to construct a more peaceful and just world. Taking into account a myriad of formidable challenges and hurdles ahead, we should maintain our long-term and common focus in recognition of the fact that full accountability may take over decades, but we have to continue. At the same time, we should also do something we can do now through all available channels. But to do so, we must come together in greater solidarity and urgency. We must find our common humanity. This is exactly why you are here today, exactly why we are committed today here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and I reiterate my gratitude for your advocacy and efforts and in pursuit of human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to realize a better, sustainable world where human rights are equally respected among people. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon for contributing to this conference and concluding our opening ceremony. We will now take a group picture, so everyone who wants to join, please come to the front.
네, 단체 사진을 촬영하겠습니다. 같이 사진을 촬영하실 분들은 앞쪽으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다.
Once again, we'd like to invite everyone who'd like to participate in the official photo to take their positions at the center stage.
Thank you to everyone for participating in the group picture. We will shortly begin with session 1, so please find your seats again. Everyone, as we will begin with session 1 shortly, here's an information to all panelists. If you prepared slides to accompany your speech, please step up to the podium I am standing at right now while holding your speech. And to our panelists for session 1, kindly make your way to the stage now.
moderate. So
Am I not respond?
who moderate?
Excuse me. So this is for your presentation. This is the light, a red light.
moderate?
You need to press this for the next slides.
Okay.
So just press down and then to go back to the introduction. And then I'll just give it to you in advance. Yeah, let us know if you have questions.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, all. I also moderate.
Okay.
So, I'm 10:30 to 11:50.
Everyone, please find your seats again. We will begin with session 1.
Of course.
Dear audience, please sit down again. We will begin with session 1. As a reminder, please take a look at your interpretation devices now. Channel 1 is Korean and channel 2 is English.
Channel 2 is for interpretation into English. Please check your device. Channel 2 is for interpreting into English.
Everyone, please sit down again. We will begin with session 1. All sessions and presentations today will be conducted in both Korean and English. So if you need interpretation, please turn your devices on now and make sure it is working properly.
This is channel 2 for interpreting into English.
We are ready to begin with session 1. This session is themed 20 Years of R2P and is hosted by Savita Pawnday, Executive Director of the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect. Please give us a warm applause.
Good morning, everyone. Annyeonghaseyo. It is my privilege to moderate this session, but I would also take the liberty of being the chair of the session to start this session with my speech. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to PSCORE for inviting the Global Center to join this meeting as a co-host. I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to the President of PSCORE, Mr. Kim Tae-Hoon, and the General Secretary of PSCORE, Mr. Bada, whose leadership and dedication have made this conference possible. And it would be remiss if I don't acknowledge the tiring work of all the interns of PSCORE who have worked night and day to make this possible and to host us in this very beautiful setting. It is also especially fitting that we begin today's convening with a keynote address from the former Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. His unwavering commitment to human rights, peace and security, and prevention, and his historic leadership in embedding R2P within the UN system set exactly the tone we need to discuss the last 2 decades of the responsibility to protect. As we mark the 20th anniversary of R2P, we do so at a moment of profound uncertainty. The world stands at a crossroad. Human rights norms are under assault, impunity has become entrenched, and the international system built to safeguard humanity is straining under the weight of selective action and political paralysis. Tragically, atrocity crimes are no longer an aberration, but a defining feature of numerous cases. However, before we delve into where we are today, it is important to remember that the adoption of the responsibility to protect in 2005 marked a transformative shift in how sovereignty is understood. No longer could sovereignty serve as a shield for the commission of mass atrocities. Instead, it was reframed as a responsibility, a duty to safeguard life, dignity, and rights, and to protect populations from the most conscience-shocking crimes. R2P gave the world a vocabulary and a shared expectation that mass atrocities are concerned for all humanity. If we look at the arc of the past 2 decades, something striking emerges. Responsibility to protect as a norm, as a principle, and as an idea has taken root. Atrocities are no longer hidden behind claims of domestic jurisdiction or internal affairs. Rather than saying that crimes are nobody's business, perpetrators now attempt to deny that their actions meet the threshold of atrocities, a telling shift in itself. R2P has catalyzed a profound change in mindset. While many of us are discouraged by the quality of responses we have witnessed as outlined by His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, we cannot deny that R2P has succeeded in establishing a global expectation that something must be done when populations are facing atrocities. We are frustrated by the UN Security Council inaction precisely because R2P has raised our expectation. We now anticipate timely, decisive, and meaningful action. Over the past 2 decades, R2P has also transformed how we understand prevention, risk, and civilian protection. We have seen real progress in the form of strong accountability mechanisms, improved early warning frameworks, and more systematic integration of human rights norms across sectors. We have witnessed multilateral bodies such as the UN Human Rights Council and the UN General Assembly, as well as regional organizations and individual governments, act creatively to authorize responses within bounds of the UN Charter when the UN Security Council has been paralyzed. The International Independent Mechanism on Syria and the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar are clear examples of this trend, as are the genocide cases brought before the International Court of Justice by Gambia against Myanmar and by South Africa against Israel. There are also important signs that R2P has quietly reshaped international practice even when its banner has not been explicitly flown. The deployment of peacekeeping missions in the Central African Republic, the innovations in protection within MONUSCO in the DRC, or the mandate of the peacekeeping mission in South Sudan all underscores how member states understand their responsibility towards protection. Moreover, when the UN Security Council has failed, particularly over the past decade in the face of atrocity crimes in Syria, Myanmar, most recently in Sudan and Gaza, the elected 10 members, the E10, and we have a member of the E10, Slovenia, with us today, has increasingly stepped into the vacuum. They have banded together and introduced resolutions and initiatives addressing climate security, conflict-driven hunger, and the humanitarian consequences of sanctioned regimes. They have fought to carve out exceptions to ensure that life-saving assistance can reach those in need. And even in the context of Gaza, when the Council has been immobilized, veto after veto, the E10 has persisted and introduced resolution after resolution calling for ceasefire and demanded unhindered humanitarian access. And yet today the principle is being painfully tested. In Sudan, South Sudan, Myanmar, Haiti, Democratic Republic of the Congo, occupied Palestinian territories, and elsewhere. These horrors are not inevitable. They are the culmination of years of unchecked risk factors and ignored early warning, of failure to build resilient society through early prevention, of not translating early warning into action, and of not mustering enough political will to respond when populations are threatened. The story of R2P's implementation is not necessarily one of failure, but one of uneven progress. In too many contexts, including the ongoing genocide in Darfur, Sudan, political will has faltered when it is needed most. Across Asia, long-standing patterns of atrocity reveal the limitation of states to act. In Myanmar, the genocide against the Rohingya was preceded by decades of repressive policies, targeted violence, and widespread hate speech. No meaningful steps were taken to prevent or respond. The impunity that followed has enabled the widespread atrocities we see today under military rule. Even where communities explicitly invoked R2P, meaningful international action has failed. In China, the ongoing detention, forced assimilation, and repression of Uyghur and other Turkic Muslims in the Uyghur region continues to expose the limits of systems' ability to hold powerful states and great powers accountable. Similarly, in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, grave and systematic human rights violations, including forced labor, political prison camps, and pervasive sexual and gender-based violence, continues largely unchecked. The situation in North Korea is particularly illustrative of the human consequences of selective action. For more than a decade, UN reports, including the 2014 Commission of Inquiry, have documented patterns of crimes against humanity, extermination, enslavement, sexual violence, forced abortion, and persecution on political, religious, and gender grounds. Yet, despite this overwhelming evidence, meaningful accountability remains elusive. The Security Council has failed to even maintain North Korea's human rights situation as a standing agenda item. Veto threats and geopolitical divisions have silenced the Council's response. This pattern of selective engagement reinforces the very impunity R2P was designed to confront. These cases expose a troubling erosion of the collective commitment that underpins R2P. When member states apply international law selectively or shield perpetrators from scrutiny, they not only abandon victims, they also weaken the entire multilateral system. Selectivity erodes legitimacy, and silence deepens impunity. But even amid the persistent Security Council paralysis, other UN bodies, including the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly, have brought renewed attention to the DPRK's human rights situation. Civil society organizations, particularly those led by defectors, have sustained momentum by documenting violations and preserving evidence when political action has stalled. Their continuing resourcing and protection are essential to ensure that truth-telling and advocacy efforts endure. R2P's 20-year milestone is not only an occasion for reflection, it is a call for renewal. We must fully grasp how vital actions within the UN and foreign policy are, not just for shaping international response to atrocity crimes, but for the message they send to victims as well as perpetrators. The international community's credibility and the lives of countless people depend on whether states have the courage to act when it is most difficult, not merely when it's politically convenient. R2P's vision has always extended beyond any single case. It is about building a culture of prevention, one that demands consistency, coherence, and courage. The culture begins with the recognition that atrocities are never inevitable. They are a result of choices, of actors who perpetrate them, and those who look away. So as we look at the next 20 years of R2P, 4 imperatives stand out. 1, we must defend the integrity of the norm itself. R2P is not a failed promise, it is an evolving one. Its success cannot be measured only by the invocation of its name, but by quiet preventive action taken every day to diffuse risks, strengthen institutions, and empower communities. We must resist efforts to delegitimize or depoliticize atrocity prevention, because to strip R2P of its political meaning, it's to hollow its meaning and purpose. But we must do more than just defend R2P. We must embrace the spirit of R2P's earlier norm entrepreneurs. And just now, listening to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, I was just reminded of those early entrepreneurs and their deep belief in consistently advocating for and speaking about R2P and defending it despite its many, many criticisms. Second, we must strengthen accountability, protection, and human rights architecture, both globally and regionally. And in Asia, regional bodies have too often remained silent in the face of atrocities. It is time to be more assertive for regional human rights agenda. Third, we must reclaim moral leadership that multilateralism requires. The United Nations and its member states must once again see protection not as an optional ideal, but as the institution's defining purpose. As the international community addresses the urgent need for UN reform, it is critical to recall that efficiency alone will not save multilateralism. Only a renewed commitment to the principle of protection will. Fourth, we must center affected communities in every stage of prevention, response, and accountabilities. These communities are not passive recipients of protection. They are essential actors. They understand how dynamics deteriorate within their society. They are often the first responders who materially protect one another, yet they remain sidelined when protection strategies are designed. Their voices, knowledge, and lived experience must shape what protection looks like, what justice means, and how accountability should proceed. This does not diminish international standards, it strengthens them. The collaboration between local insight and international commitments produce the most legitimate and effective protection outcomes. 20 years ago, the world agreed that sovereignty could no longer serve as a shield for atrocity crimes. That was a radical redefinition of global responsibility, one that made every state answerable not only to its citizens, but to humanity. Excellencies and friends, while the UN Charter's preamble affirmed the determination to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, and Holocaust gave rise to the cries of never again, it was only with the adoption of the responsibility to protect that this aspiration shifted to being an expectation. R2P changed the conversation. It has changed what states can claim, what victims and survivors can demand, and what the international community must answer to. And that, my friends, is no small achievement. So let us therefore mark this anniversary with resolve. Let us recommit to responsibility to protect that is inclusive, principled, and unafraid to confront power. And let us remember that every life protected, every truth preserved, and every act of courage in defense of human dignity is proof that norm lives on, not as an abstract ideal, but as a moral imperative that continues to guide us forward. Thank you so much. And it is now my pleasure to invite Jennifer Welsh, the former Special Advisor for the Responsibility to Protect, to the Secretary General of the UN. She served under His Excellency Ban Ki-moon. She was appointed by him. And listen to a keynote from her. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. I hope that you can hear me well. Yes? You can hear me well? I just want to check with the...
We can hear you, Jennifer.
Thank you. I was just needing, I can't see, so I just wanted to make sure I could be heard. Thank you so much. It's a great, great pleasure to be with you this evening, and I'm so sorry not to be there in person with you. I want to extend my thanks to PSCORE for inviting me to take part in this important gathering. It's an honor to participate in this conference, and of course in the panel following the remarks of the former Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon. I had the great privilege to follow in the footsteps of Edward Luck, the Secretary General's first Special Advisor on Responsibility to Protect. And when I took on the role in the summer of 2013, Ed always reminded me of the Secretary General's own very personal commitment to this principle, operationalizing the idea that was so foundational to Ed's own vision for R2P, the individual responsibility to protect. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon lived that individual responsibility. In 2013, it was not an easy time for the responsibility to protect, with lingering concerns over NATO's actions in Libya. Yet Ban Ki-moon continued to invest scarce political capital in promoting the principle. He and his Deputy Secretary General stood up for human rights, looked critically at their own United Nations, and consistently called for the protection of populations from atrocity crimes, whether in South Sudan in 2013, the Central African Republic in 2014, or indeed during the Syrian civil war, when against the advice of some within the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon stood up in favor of a referral of the situation in Syria to the International Criminal Court. It was also under Ban Ki-moon's watch that the UN Human Rights Council released its Commission of Inquiry report in 2014 on the situation in North Korea, a report that boldly stated that there was evidence of crimes against humanity and invoked the responsibility to protect. I want to publicly thank Ban Ki-moon this evening for the way that he and his office supported my work as special advisor and my seat at the table, including in difficult situations like that of the Rohingya in Myanmar. He demonstrated commitment to and support for responsibility to protect, even when it entailed controversy and even when he had high-profile multilateral processes he was actively engaged in, like the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement on climate change. And I believe it is a crucial part of his legacy that the responsibility to protect continues to have so much purchase internationally. My remaining remarks tonight will focus on a core feature of the original principle of the responsibility to protect. It's called to galvanize collective responsibility for protecting populations at risk. This was the theme of the Secretary General's report that I had the honor to help write, the 2014 report, Fulfilling Our Collective Responsibility to Protect. That report's aim was to remind the international community at large, national authorities, regional organizations, international actors, civil society, of their collective responsibility to protect populations from atrocity crimes. And it did so by articulating a set of principles that should guide partnership rather than confrontation between national authorities in societies experiencing the risk of atrocity crimes and international actors committed to assisting states to uphold their protection responsibilities. Those principles included ensuring national ownership of responses to protect populations, respecting sovereign equality, building mutual commitment to address the risk or commission of atrocity crimes, and prioritizing prevention. Through frameworks and vocabulary like those presented in this Secretary General's report, responsibility to protect, as Savita has said, changed expectations about what was required and what was possible to protect populations. And it also provided concrete policy tools for a variety of actors to use to address atrocity crime dynamics. Of course, this imperative of collective responsibility was always a challenge, given the difficulties of collective action to prevent and respond. The fulfillment of R2P's promise, when we move beyond the responsibility of particular national authorities and try to activate a wider concern from the international community, requires three things. That actors can agree that the situation they confront is one that features atrocity crimes. Second, that those actors are willing to deliberate in good faith on possible policy responses to address the threat to populations. And third and finally, that they have the capacity to mobilize and deploy resources quickly and decisively. Taking all three of these elements of collective action into consideration, it's relatively easy to understand why, during my time as special advisor, we did not always see a consistent pattern of collective action across cases of atrocity crimes. And this inconsistency was not always a result of power politics. A lack of consensus on the first and second elements I listed, as present as they may be, can also be accompanied by genuine disagreement about either the appropriateness or the feasibility of using particular instruments, including military ones, for protection objectives. So what were some of the key barriers to effective collective action? Take the case of Syria's civil war, which Ban Ki-moon has referenced tonight. Much ink has been spilled on assessing the impact of the various double vetoes issued by Russia and China on efforts to protect populations, particularly in the early years of the crisis, when mediation efforts had greater potential. But the strident approach of many Western governments, which quietly and sometimes not so quietly promoted regime change in Damascus, also contributed to the inability to find that critical commodity for collective action, particularly in the UN Security Council: common ground. Given the ensuing political deadlock within the Council over the legitimacy of different policy measures to address the situation in Syria, most of the initial steps, such as sanctions, were adopted unilaterally or by regional bodies such as the European Union or the League of Arab States. The language of Resolution 2139 on humanitarian assistance did invoke Pillar 1 of the responsibility to protect by reminding government authorities in Syria of their primary responsibility to protect their population. But there was no mention of the international responsibility to address the ongoing threats to Syrian civilians. When we turn to examine those few situations in which the Security Council did act decisively to address the acts at the heart of R2P, a number of ingredients appear to have been necessary. A lack of obstruction by the government of the state that was at risk of or was experiencing atrocity crimes. A willingness on the part of one of the permanent 5 members of the Council to address that obstruction. The willingness of all permanent members in the Council to vote in favor of the action recommended in a draft resolution, or at least to abstain on that resolution. Active cooperation between the Security Council and key regional states or organizations, and the capacity of those carrying out Council-authorized actions to mobilize and deploy resources quickly. These conditions were all present in the case of Libya in 2011, Côte d'Ivoire in 2011, and Mali in 2013, notwithstanding the controversies associated with the longer-term effects of these operations. By contrast, one or more of these factors was lacking in several instances when Council members went as far to acknowledge the existence of an atrocity crime situation, but couldn't mount decisive collective action. Putting aside the issue of the veto, which I don't want to get into any further tonight, there were 2 larger obstacles to collective action. The first was the lack of robust support from key regional players. When regional organizations discourage Security Council engagement, the Council is more likely to defer a response and abandon its key role, and that has devastating effects if those organizations are themselves incapable of addressing threats to populations. So the reluctance of the African Union to accept council involvement in the case of Sudan and the Central African Republic at first delayed and then hampered the Security Council's response. In the case of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the regional dimension was even more problematic, as neighbors Rwanda and Uganda not only undermined measures authorized by the Council, but also funded and provided soldiers for rebel groups operating in the DRC. The second big constraint on timely and effective collective response is the host government's obstruction of UN-authorized action, or in some cases, active perpetration of atrocity crimes through the actions of its own military forces or proxies. This was a recurring theme in both Sudan and South Sudan, as well as in the DRC. But it's here, once again, that we should resist letting external actors, and particularly council members, off the hook. It's arguable that in all three of these situations, one or more permanent members of the council could have invested political capital to pressure national authorities to modify their behavior, and that a unified and consistent message from the council as a whole, backed up by clear consequences for the infringement of promises, could have made a tangible difference. Instead, states have too often been reluctant to acknowledge or challenge the behavior of a government that is deemed to have embarked on a positive path of political and economic development. In the case of South Sudan, key Western states on the Council were heavily invested in the success of a newly recognized UN member state, while in Myanmar, they were committed to backing the promise of democratization under Aung San Suu Kyi. If this was the situation as I've described it from 2011 to 2016, what about 10 years later? What are the prospects for collective action now to protect populations from atrocity crimes? There is no doubt, in my view, that structures and dynamics in our current international environment are impeding both parts of the R2P imperative, the collective as an actor in international politics, and responsibility as a political and moral principles. To begin, we're seeing a breakdown in traditional alliances, more transactional and short-term approaches to diplomacy, and new fault lines in global politics that stand in the way of meaningful coalitions and collective action to address threats to population, even when humanitarian crises are profound and episodes of mass killing are in full view, as they are today in Sudan. The sense of responsibility to address instability or humanitarian crisis outside of a state's core geographic interests has shrunk dramatically, even among some of the key states long committed to the responsibility to protect. We see this not only through indifference to atrocity crimes, but also in decisions to reduce spending on development and humanitarian response, and to increase resources for national defense. But ladies and gentlemen, there's something even more pernicious. A growing ideology which pits the strong versus the weak, in which the weak are not only marginalized, not seen as being in the core interest of states, but in some cases derided as less worthy of our global concern. This creeping idea of inequality is lethal for the core norms of human rights and dignity that have inspired principles like the responsibility to protect. We have also seen military strategies in which the search by warring parties for total victory, both politically and militarily, places vulnerable populations in profound peril. Today, it is not only the case that norms at the heart of international humanitarian law are being eroded, as we hear so often, but their very legitimacy and meaning is contested by warring parties. Core rules are routinely flouted in ways that consistently prioritize military necessity over the reduction of suffering, destroying the delicate balance at the heart of international humanitarian law. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it is this narrative of the strong versus the weak, that might makes right, or that total victory justifies the use of any means, which we must all resist in any way that our individual or collective ability allows. It is only by reaffirming the idea at the heart of responsibility to protect that populations everywhere and anywhere must be protected from acts that the international community as a whole have agreed shock the conscience of humankind. That we can begin to rebuild the solidarity necessary to fulfill our collective responsibility to protect. It is through that affirmation that we give expression to something that I believe will never be fully erased. The profound ethic of care that unites human beings across the globe and that will always have enduring relevance, no matter how dark the landscape of conflict and persecution may appear. The UN Charter begins not with we the states, but with we the peoples. It begins with an invocation of the collective. I call on all of us to recommit today to our individual and our collective responsibility to protect. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much to Dr. Jennifer Welsh. And with that, I have the pleasure of passing the floor to Ambassador Blanka Jimenez. Blanka has been R2P focal point for the country of Slovenia for now 10 years, and is one of the most important and consistent state champions for the norm of the responsibility to protect. So without further ado, Blanka, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank for being invited to this conference. So dear Mr. Ban Ki-moon, dear Mr. Kim from PSCORE and all the staff, including the interns and students, excellencies, dear guests and colleagues, professors, and everyone in the room. So it's an honor and pleasure to address you today as we mark the 20th anniversary of the responsibility to protect, a principle born out of collective moral and political commitment to ensure that never again would be the world stand by in the face of genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. I'm actually delighted to be here in South Korea, a country that places a high value on peace and security, promotes trust and confidence, and works tirelessly to reduce tensions. I sincerely thank the organizers for their invitation. As we gather here 80 years after the end of Second World War, which claimed more than 80 million lives, we recall that in the aftermath, the international community founded the United Nations with the solemn pledge of never again. The UN Charter entrusted us with a clear mandate to maintain international peace and security and to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to peace in accordance with the principles of justice and international law. Atrocity prevention, accountability, and respect for human rights must therefore remain at the very heart of the UN agenda and our collective work, which was also underlined by the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon just a few minutes ago. Today, as I stand here before you, I must also express my deep concern for the people of North Korea who continue to suffer from grave human rights abuses, systematic repression and fear. The international community must persist in offering pathways for profound and positive changes. Humanitarian assistance, protection, solidarity, and the building of resilience and stability must be at the forefront of our efforts. And also the Korean Peninsula must never again become a flashpoint. I'm here today to reaffirm Slovenia's strong commitment to upholding the principle of R2P. It's not merely a doctrine, it's a promise to the victims of the past and to the generations of the future. Yet, in a world increasingly defined by complex and interconnected crises, upholding this promise is more challenging than ever. We are witnessing the lack of political will to prevent and to protect, and thus far too many conflicts with devastating humanitarian consequences and an alarming number of civilian casualties. In these crises, the most vulnerable, children, women, minorities, persons with disabilities, and the elderly, constitute the largest group of victims. We must not forget the countless civilians who have died beneath the rubble, nor the victims of enforced disappearances, which is a defining feature of many atrocity situations, both past and present as we speak. Addressing enforced disappearances is not only a matter of justice for victims and their families, it's also a vital contribution to peace, stability, and the prevention of atrocities. I cannot underline enough how international law remains the cornerstone of world order. 20 years after the 2005 World Summit, we must not forget the victims of mass atrocity crimes from Rwanda to Srebrenica and to more recent tragedies. No one can ignore today's numerous armed conflicts, which are causing immense destruction and suffering, and in which some populations experience mass atrocities. Slovenia remains a staunch advocate of the effective protection of such crimes through the strengthening of resilience of societies based on the respect of human rights and the rule of law. We firmly support strict compliance with international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and a strengthened international legal system as the best guarantee of peace and security. When violations of international rules become normalized, it is a grave warning sign that global security and stability are at risk. If one rule is broken with impunity, others soon follow. We're already witnessing this dangerous erosion. This reminds us that we must do more to turn words into action. Human rights mechanisms and early warning tools must be fully integrated into broader foreign and security policies, enabling us to prevent and respond to atrocity crimes in a timely and principled manner. The international order built in the aftermath of the Second World War appears increasingly under strain, challenged by new complexities and by the growing and often inappropriate use of the veto in the UN Security Council. We are witnessing a lack of timely decisions to prevent violence and protect populations, exactly when decisive action is most needed. The Security Council, envisioned as the central pillar of collective security, too often fails to meet global expectation. At the same time, international courts and tribunals, including the International Criminal Court, must be enabled, not obstructed, in their work to deliver justice. The prosecutors of ICC and its judges, including a Slovenian judge, who bear the responsibility to uphold international law, now face sanctions and intimidation. They should instead receive full support in delivering justice. Combating impunity is an essential element of prevention. Just as the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights remains relevant, despite the persistence of human rights violations. So too does the R2P remain of fundamental importance. It must be effectively implemented in real-world situations if we are to fulfill our promise to protect populations. Peace and stability should never be a privilege of a few, but a reality for all. The effective implementation of R2P represents a path of high moral integrity, ethics, and justice. Preventing atrocities is not only a moral imperative, but also essential for sustaining peace and development. History teaches us that no society is immune to mass atrocity crimes. Slovenia supports the preparation of the new guidance note on operationalizing R2P being elaborated by the UN Special Advisor on R2P, Mrs. Mo Blecker, and with the support of the UN Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, Mr. Chaloka Beyani. Broad consultations with UN member states, civil society, and academia will be crucial, so let us engage. And this will be in the near future. Let me also highlight the role of Slovenia, a country whose steadfast commitment to human rights, the rule of law, and multilateralism has shaped our foreign policy since our independence in 1991. Over the years, Slovenia has actively promoted international justice, preventive diplomacy, and contributed to peacekeeping operations. We strive to uphold international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and accountability mechanisms while maintaining close cooperation with the civil society. We see this as our daily contribution to the prevention of atrocities. Slovenia's current role as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for 2004 and 2005, and we are chairing in December when Mr. Ban Ki-moon will speak, will address the UN Security Council. This position offers us a unique opportunity to project these values onto the global stage. Guided by the UN Charter and by our Constitution, we have consistently upheld our civilizational principles in Council debates, especially in situations where populations endure immense suffering and need protection from mass atrocity crimes. We work tirelessly to ensure that the voices of victims are heard. We insist that international law, including the humanitarian law, must be respected, and we advocate that situations of grave concern to civilians remain at the heart of the Council's agenda. Slovenia regularly expresses its deep concern over indiscriminate attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, gender-based violence, forced displacement, and the denial of humanitarian access. Our positions reflect the belief that the international community must do far more and act more effectively to prevent atrocities and protect those most at risk. We also firmly believe that the veto power of the UN Security Council should not be exercised in situations involving a clear risk of mass atrocity crimes, as its use hinders effective decision-making and prevents timely actions to protect populations. On this matter, the Slovenian President, Dr. Nataša Pirc-Musar, proposed in her address on the 80th anniversary of the UN General Assembly in September this year, that the Assembly should take a bold step and request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on whether any permanent member of the UN Security Council can legitimately invoke the right of veto in circumstances involving mass atrocity crimes. Let me remind that Slovenia has been a staunch supporter of R2P from its inception. The Slovenian ambassador, Roman Kirn, served as a co-facilitator of the World Summit Outcome document, paragraphs 138 and 139. Slovenia was also among the first states to appoint a national R2P focal point, and I'm the third one, by the way, We took part in global meetings, including the one in Seoul in 2016, and we have hosted numerous regional European meetings of focal points. We have also translated the UN Framework of Analysis for Atrocity Crimes, a tool of prevention, into the Slovenian language and organized numerous awareness-raising events to promote R2P at national and international levels. It's very important to build awareness raising also within the country. So this is what we were doing. And the special attention was devoted to human dignity, children's rights, gender equality, minority rights, human rights education, and the elimination of all forms of discrimination. Our goal is to contribute to strategically important prevention efforts at the national, regional, and international levels, including through the unwavering support for the UN Human Rights Council and all its mechanisms. Over the years, we have worked diligently to advance R2P through academic and educational initiatives. Together with Professor Dr. Vasilka Sancin, now a judge at the European Court of Human Rights, and with many partners from civil and academic society and survivor communities, we have promoted public debate on R2P nationally. Since 2013, the Faculty of Law of the University of Ljubljana, supported by our Foreign Ministry, organized every second year a series of international academic conferences, R2P and Theory and Practice, providing a vital space of dialogue among scholars, policymakers, and practitioners. In 2017, Slovenia proposed and coordinated the adoptions of recommendations for the implementation of R2P by European countries. And later, the EU took over these recommendations and did 2 sets of recommendations in 2018 and 2020. These efforts reflect Slovenia's conviction that prevention begins with education and that an informed society is the best safeguard against future atrocities. Education begins with understanding, yet attacks on education in conflict zones are reaching alarming levels, endangering students and teachers and threatening the future of entire generations. The loss of education is one of the most devastating and long-lasting consequences of atrocity crimes. Countless children never return to school, which leaves them vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. And it's deeply concerning that approximately 85 million children living in crisis situations around the world are currently not attending school at all. 85 million children. However, education, and especially human rights education, is essential for fostering respect, inclusion, and non-discrimination, which are fundamental to peaceful coexistence and stability. Human rights education is one of the most essential tools and the most valuable investments to promoting freedom, combating discrimination, and fostering cohesion. In this context, I would like to recall that 20 years ago, also in 2005, we developed in Slovenia the human rights education project called Our Rights for Children, based on the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. The project has been implemented in many languages and countries, empowering about 500,000 children until now, including in conflict and post-conflict settings. Learning to respect human rights provides a solid foundation for the flourishing and resilience of societies. Slovenia also supports the work and the universality of both the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. In the fight against impunity for the most serious international crimes, Slovenia was among the leading supporters of the adoption of the Ljubljana, the Hague Convention on international cooperation in the investigation and prosecution of the crime of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and other international crimes. I would like to take this opportunity to call upon states to sign and ratify this new convention to strengthen accountability. As we look to the future, let us be clear. The R2P is not only about reacting to atrocities once they occur. It is about building societies in which such crimes are unthinkable. It's about addressing the structural and systemic drivers of violence before they erupt. It is about empowering regional and national stakeholders to act early and to act together. Effective prevention can only be achieved through sustained and coordinated efforts that combine political, developmental, economic, legal, and where necessary, security tools. We must continue to believe in our civilizational values, respect for human rights, human dignity, and the rule of law. But belief alone is not enough. We must uphold and defend these values through our actions every day and everywhere, in our own countries and abroad. No effort should be spared to ensure that populations around the world are protected from mass atrocity crimes and that future generations can live in peace. We owe them that. It is the duty of each and every UN member state to uphold the collective responsibility to protecting populations from mass atrocities. And history will judge us all. Last but not least, allow me to recall the words of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Türk, who recently reminded the Human Rights Council. I'm quoting him, "We must safeguard 80 years of progress on freedom, equality, and justice," unquote. This is our shared responsibility, and Slovenia will contribute its national and international efforts to promote R2P and stands ready to work with all of you to prevent mass atrocity crimes. Thank you.
Thank you to Ambassador Blanka Jamnisek. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Noel Morada. I think that Noel is the fellow for Asia Pacific Center for the Responsibility to Protect, a co-host of this conference. And I think that Noel has forgotten more about R2P in Asia than we all know about R2P in Asia. So Noel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank PSCORE and my colleagues at the Asia Pacific Center for R2P for giving me another opportunity to have a presentation. My first participation was way back in 2023 when PSCORE also organized the R2P conference in Seoul. So my presentation today is just going to be brief and straight to the point. I understand that there's a separate session on Myanmar, but I'd like to just draw a comparison between what's happening in Myanmar and the Philippines, and also at the regional level, and some key lessons from the atrocity crimes happening in Myanmar and the Philippines, and the difficulties of a regional organization like ASEAN. I'd like to preface my presentation that much of the talk on R2P starts from the international level, the UN, and all those things, but I'm a firm believer in bottom-up approach or upstream promotion of R2P, because I believe that norms like R2P do not automatically cascade at the regional and domestic level. This means that you need to have a building of constituency, local champions, and regional champions of R2P. And the major challenge that we face in Southeast Asia is that there's still a lot of discomfort about responsibility to protect. And I've been monitoring this since more than 20 years. My first work on R2P started when I was still a professor at the University of the Philippines, when the Canadian Embassy asked me to go around Southeast Asia and listen to how they're reacting to the ICES report that was published in 2001. And this was before the R2P principle was adopted in September of 2005. So I think I'll just go straight to some of the important things that we can look at in terms of the Myanmar situation. And so the overview of the current atrocity in Myanmar is that since February 2021, you have over 7,000 confirmed killed in Myanmar. And let me just point out that atrocities were happening already even before the February 2021 coup. In fact, the democratic transition in Myanmar is not complete, and in fact, it also exacerbated the situation since 2010. But the higher estimate is that you have between 30 to 40,000 civilians who have been killed, and it's ongoing. The complicating situation is that the humanitarian crisis is also worsening. You have cyclone, flooding, and a devastating earthquake in March of this year. Despite the earthquake and despite the promise of a ceasefire, the military continues to attack civilians. The junta remains defiant and non-cooperative in the implementation of the 5-point consensus of ASEAN. And regrettably, and worsening situation as well, is that even those that are fighting the military are also committing atrocity crimes in the country. As far as the Philippines is concerned, this is a very important development that happened. Under Duterte, it was, extrajudicial killings in relation to the drug war. And there's an official estimate of 6,000 confirmed killed. But this is the official figure that was provided. But the human rights advocates actually say there's an estimate of between 20 to 30,000 people who were killed. Now, of course, because of the cases filed in the ICC by civil society groups, Duterte withdrew the Philippines from the Rome Treaty. Now, let me just also explain that before the Philippines ratified the ICC or the Rome Treaty in 2011, there was already a domestic law against genocide, crimes against humanity, and violations of the international humanitarian law, which was adopted in 2009. And the Supreme Court actually upheld the jurisdiction of the ICC in 2021. There were civil society groups that petitioned the court to have a say on whether the ICC still has a jurisdiction over the Philippines. And it is a unanimous resolution passed by the Supreme Court of the Philippines. And of course, in the first quarter of this year, to my surprise, the Philippine government, initially saying that we are not going to cooperate with the ICC, arrested and surrendered Duterte to the ICC in Rome. In the Netherlands. Now, the first lesson I'd like to highlight here is the importance of, these two countries that are post-colonial states, and they are struggling to actually build a nation state, and both the Philippines and Myanmar are, pluralist society with many ethnic and religious groups and communities. So when you look at Myanmar, the military-initiated democratic transition was, something that is not going to succeed because the military remains autonomous, not accountable, and continued to carry out these, atrocities against civilians. Atrocity crimes continued both under the USDP and the NLD. We remember the eruption of violence in Rakhine since 2012, and it spread across the country. And of course, under the NLD, you have again the situation in Rakhine, the exodus of the Rohingya in Bangladesh, and atrocities continuing. And then the democratic transition actually exacerbated the ethnic and religious conflict in the country. Now, the planned elections in December as well as January of next year is something that many people are looking at, and it might actually worsen the atrocities being committed in Myanmar. Now, the Philippines, you may think, is already a democratic state for a long time, since 1948. But the problem is that in the 1970s, there was a dictator that emerged. And this is the father of the current president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. And his father ruled for more than 20 years. He's a contemporary of Park Chung-hee of Korea. And the overthrow of the dictator in 1986, the father of the current president, actually did not bring about democratic consolidation for more than 30 years. what happened actually is that you have the return of the old oligarchy and the emergence of political clans or families in the country. Political dynasties continue to dominate both the national and local politics. And in fact, many of these political clans have their own private armies, and they've been involved in extrajudicial killings. And in the Philippines, every time that there's an election, there's an increase of political violence. And in fact, one of the reasons why the domestic law against genocide and crimes against humanity was passed in 2009 was the Mama Sapano atrocity committed by one political clan in Mindanao. And that led to the passage and enactment of the domestic law on against genocide and crimes against humanity. Now, why did Duterte become so popular? It's because of his kind of, anti-crime campaign in Davao. And many people believe that he was a successful local mayor, and he used this strong-armed approach in dealing with crimes in Davao as a template against, the war on drugs in the Philippines when he became president. And he actually used the police and law enforcers to implement many of these anti-crime extrajudicial killings that happened during his term. And what is very clear from that experience is that it exposed the weaknesses of the Philippine judicial system. And I'll elaborate on that later on in my slide. And what is very interesting is that the legislature in the Philippines did not have the opportunity to conduct public hearings about the extrajudicial killings until after 2 years when President Duterte stepped down from office. Now let us look at the situation at the regional level when it comes to the limitations of ASEAN. Geopolitics is actually undermining the centrality of ASEAN in dealing with the Myanmar crisis. I think the major powers, particularly China and Russia, have been supporting the junta in Myanmar, and they continue to support even the elections in the country that will be conducted beginning in December. And of course, you have the second term of Trump, who is not really actively engaged in the regional diplomacy of ASEAN when it comes to the Myanmar crisis. Western dialogue partners, the European Union, Australia, and perhaps even Japan have actually imposed targeted sanctions, but it has very limited effect in the context of the Myanmar crisis. And then, of course, when you have geopolitics, the crisis in Ukraine and Gaza have already overshadowed the crisis in Myanmar. A lot of international media have been focused on Ukraine and, of course, on Gaza. And when Trump decided to, withdraw all the support in the USAID, this had a great impact on the humanitarian crisis in Myanmar as well and across the world. So geopolitics has actually a direct impact on addressing the crisis in Myanmar. Now, with regard to the ASEAN 5-point consensus, I think it's very clear that it has very limited impact when it comes to finding a resolution to the conflict, and it's almost 5 years now since the coup in 2021. I think basically when you talk about ASEAN, it is constrained by both normative and structural factors. The Charter of ASEAN does not have any provisions compared to the EU, sanctioning erring members and even suspending their membership. And also the revolving leadership in ASEAN is a structural constraint. And the Philippines will be the new chair beginning this new year in 2026. The Philippines' main concern is the South China Sea, and the Myanmar crisis is not a priority, although there is a lot of pressure to continue including the Myanmar crisis when it comes to the leadership of the Philippines in ASEAN. Within ASEAN, you also have division. Some members of ASEAN are actually going to send election observers in Myanmar. To me, it's an indication that they may perhaps recognize the legitimacy of whatever government will emerge after the elections. But there are those who are more democratically inclined and would like to look at the importance of dialogue and inclusive elections as, a pathway, and election is not the solution to the crisis in Myanmar. Now, the best that ASEAN can do is to impose what I call soft sanctions since 2022. And when I say soft sanctions, it's just suspending any representative from the junta in attending the summit, the foreign ministers meeting, and the defense ministers meeting. But the other regular meetings of ASEAN, there are still representatives from the junta attending these meetings. So I think right now there is uncertainty as to whether the ASEAN as a bloc will have a collective decision on whether to recognize whatever the result of the elections will be in the country. So I think basically the centrality of ASEAN is being undermined by geopolitics. Now I'm going into the details of the Philippines. When it comes to the important lessons learned about the ICC, major weaknesses of the Philippines when it comes to all this domestic level system is that you have the culture of impunity that was actually reaching its peak under Duterte's administration. Domestic law does not allow, for example, law enforcement agents or police forces to become witnesses. So there's a lot of effort and proposal to amend the domestic law on witness protection program. And then there's also a problem of forensic evidence. A lot of the death certificates that were issued by government agencies during Duterte's time were falsified. One very good example, when the former Justice Department chief testified in the Senate hearing, is that some of the victims' death certificate said that they died of heart attack, but they had bullet holes in the head. And so this is one weakness when it comes to the judicial system in the Philippines. And then, of course, the victims and their families, the extrajudicial killing victims' families, do not trust the justice system, and they are not willing to actually local or domestic law in the Philippines against genocide and crimes against humanity. Article 17 actually points to the opportunity for many in the judicial system of the Philippines to actually surrender anyone who is charged by any tribunal, including international courts, and you don't need to do investigation when there is already an ongoing investigation. And this is the primary basis by which the Philippine government actually argued why they needed to surrender Duterte on the basis of this Article 17 of the domestic law of the Philippines. And I'd like to also say I'm happy to note that in one of the forums that we had in Bangkok, Indonesia also passed its own domestic law against genocide and crimes against humanity this year. And also to note that in ASEAN, even if currently the Philippines withdrew from ICC, Cambodia is still part of the ICC, Malaysia, and then the new member of ASEAN, East Timor, is also a party state to the ICC. Now, just to conclude, there are good reasons to despair, but there are also good reasons to hope amidst all the dark times that we see. And I think that the lessons in the case of the Philippines and Myanmar is the importance of democratic transitions and democratic consolidation in post-colonial states, because if democratization does not consolidate, it's going to be very difficult in promoting atrocities prevention and human rights protection. I also would like to argue that ASEAN leaders need to think seriously in trying to amend the charter, and partly to promote non-indifference instead of upholding non-interference, and learning from experiences of the African Union, for example. My engagement since I moved to Bangkok at Chulalongkorn University, particularly with the ICHAR, I had many opportunities to present responsibility to protect and why it's relevant in the context of ASEAN. And in fact, there are now openings in ASEAN, even though ASEAN has not adopted the language of R2P. In 2017, for example, ASEAN adopted the Declaration on Culture of Prevention, which actually contains many of the elements of responsibility to protect. And I've been saying that you don't need to use the language of R2P, but you need to contextualize the prevention of atrocities in the context of this culture of prevention. And then the last part is that Duterte's arrest and surrender to the ICC resulted from the persistence of human rights defenders, journalists, and church leaders who fought against impunity, and sometimes changed political context, can open doors, and even surprise many of the human rights advocates and R2P advocates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noel, and thank you so much for setting us up for the sessions which are going to come next in the day. And with that, I will call this session to a close. All of our speakers, except for Jennifer, unfortunately, who's not here, but all of us are here. So during coffee and during lunch, please come up to us, and we will welcome all questions and answers. But with that, I will call this session to a close, and thank you very much for your attention.
This concludes session 1. Thank you to everyone who participated, and especially thank you to Savita Pawnday for being the moderator of this session. We will shortly begin with session 2, North Korean human rights. So all panelists, please get ready and make your way up to the stage. Also, as a reminder to all panelists, please remember to actually speak into the microphone so our translators and the live stream can pick up on your speech. Another reminder to our panelists, please make sure to actually speak into the microphones. Furthermore, if you have prepared presentation slides, please make sure to come up to the spot I am standing at. But if you don't have presentation slides, feel free to stay seated. Everyone else, dear audiences, we are ready to begin with session 2, so please sit down again. Everyone, please find your seats again. We are ready to begin with session 2. Everyone, we are going to start with session 2. It is themed North Korean Human Rights and R2P. Our panelists are ready, so please turn your attention to the stage. Thank you very much. Dear President Kim Tae-Hoon, please open the session now.
Yeah, thank you. And I have the honor of serving both as the chair of session 2 and as the first presenter. Our session 2 examines how R2P can be applied in response to one of the most entrenched and severe atrocity situations in the world. This session 2 will run for a total of 70 minutes, 15 minutes for each of the 3 presenters, followed by 14 minutes of Q&A and open discussion. But the lunch starts at 1 p.m. Since I am personally leading the chair to secure our collective right to food. So I remind of ours. Yeah. Then let me briefly introduce our distinguished speakers. Dr. Sarah Teitt, Director of the Asia Pacific Center for the Responsibility to Protect at the University of Queensland, and one of the world's leading scholars on atrocity prevention and R2P practice. Professor Boris Kondoch, Professor of International Law at the Far East University, editor of the Journal of International Peacekeeping, and an expert with decades of research on R2P. I'll begin with my own presentation, applying R2P to the North Korean human rights crisis from a principle to action. After that, Dr. Teitt and Professor Kondoch will follow. Applying to R2P to North Korean human rights crisis. Thank you, distinguished participants. In my opening remarks, I emphasize the moral imperative of our gathering. In this session too, I will focus strictly on the legal and practical application of R2P to the North Korean crisis. As detailed in the 2025 UN report, Pyongyang's control has intensified since the 2014 Seoul report. Legalized repression, the law on rejecting reactionary thought and culture, now mandate the death penalty for accessing foreign information. surveillance specialized units like Group 109 conduct warrantless digital crackdown. Global threat. The regime's recent hostile two-state doctrine and military collusion with Russia prove that its internal human rights abuses are now a direct driver of international instability. 2. Recommendations are called for concrete action. To operationalize R2P effectively, I propose the following urgent actions. First, accountability via justice system. The UN Security Council must continue to make every effort to refer the situation in North Korea to the ICC. In addition, the role of the OHCHR Seoul office in this regard must also be strengthened. Neighboring states implicated in the DPRK's human rights violations as well as other concerned countries should pursue diverse avenues for accountability, including through universal jurisdiction or their own domestic judicial process. While the Otto Warmbier case in the United States is widely known, in the Republic of Korea, former POWs and the families of civilians abducted by North Korea have likewise filed civil damage lawsuits against North Korean regime and have won judgments. However, the enforcement of these judgments is still on the way. In Japan, as well, ethnic Koreans who were taken to North Korea under the so-called Paradise Plan and subsequently detained there are currently pursuing civil damages claims against North Korea, with court rulings expected to be handed down in the near future. 2. Strengthening legal frameworks. Existing laws must be enforced, not ignored. The U.S. North Korean Human Rights Act of 2004 has been the bedrock of global advocacy. We urge the U.S. Congress and administration to immediately reauthorize the act, demonstrating unwavering bipartisan commitment to human rights. In the Republic of Korea, the North Korean Human Rights Foundation, an essential institution to be established under the bipartisan North Korean Human Rights Act of 2016, has still not been established due to the National Assembly's lack of cooperation. The foundation must be established without further delay. At the Camp David Summit on August 18, 2023, South Korea, the United States, and Japan agreed to work closely together to improve the human rights situation in North Korea. It is now essential to give coercive effect to that commitment and translate the spirit of the agreement into sustained and practical cooperation. Third, expanding information access. The truth offensive information is the most powerful catalyst for change. We deeply regret the recent setbacks and challenges that have impacted South Korea's and the US's North Korea broadcasts, including VOA and RFA, and call for their swift resumption and full operational restoration. We urge free world nations, including the European Union, to establish Korean language broadcasting services comparable to the BBC to break the regime's information blockade. Fourth, overcoming Security Council paralysis, General Assembly pathways. With the Security Council repeatedly blocked by vetoes, the international community should also utilize General Assembly mechanisms to maintain momentum on DPRK's accountability, drawing on tools exemplified by General Assembly resolution Uniting for Peace. Member states can mobilize collective political pressure, mandate monitoring initiatives, and coordinate non-coercive protection responses when the Council fails to act. Lastly, fifth, protection of captured North Korean soldiers in Ukraine. The deployment of North Korean personnel to support the Russian war effort constitutes a grave violation of international law. We note reports that 2 captured North Korean soldiers in Ukraine have expressed a strong desire to be transferred to Republic of Korea. Under the absolute principle of non-refoulement and the provisions of international law, including the Geneva Convention, these soldiers must not be repatriated, given that becoming a prisoner of war is viewed as an act of treason under the North Korean regime. Repatriation would expose them to certain torture or execution. We urge the South Korean government to prioritize securing their custody immediately. We also appeal to the Ukrainian government and the UN and the broader international community to actively cooperate in facilitating their safe transfer to South Korea, respecting their free will and desperate hope for survival. Lastly, conclusion. As we mark 20 years of R2P, reflection is not enough. By linking accountability mechanisms with information empowerment and active protection of victims, including those on foreign battlefields, we can transform R2P from a concept into a shield for the North Korean people. Thank you. Okay, next speaker, okay, Dr. Teitt.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here today among such distinguished guests, the fellow presenters and experts, R2P friends and advocates. It's an honor for me as the director of the Asia Pacific Center for the Responsibility to Protect. We're located at the University of Queensland in Brisbane, Australia, to be partnering on this event today, marking the 20th anniversary of the Responsibility to Protect principle. And I really thank PSCORE, Mr. Kim Tae-Hoon, Bada Nam, the interns for all of your work in this event. I'm cautious in talking about the application of R2P to North Korea, to such an esteemed crowd who has such knowledge of the human rights situation there and the needs of that population. But what I'm going to outline in my presentation today is some of the enduring challenges across themes that are encountered in implementing the Responsibility to Protect in this context. As we heard, the North Korean situation is one of the most intractable and difficult contexts for upholding the Responsibility to Protect. And it really does illustrate some of the enduring challenges of translating this global commitment into practical action. We know one of the remarkable things about this context is that when we had the 2014 Commission of Inquiry into the human rights situation in North Korea, it was the most emphatic emphasis on if you look across all of the UN Security Council resolutions, all of these different types of of documents that have come out, we have so clearly in the North Korean context a statement of R2P. And I'm just going to quote that because I think it's so important. It says, the Commission of Inquiry found that crimes against humanity were being committed in North Korea pursuant to policies established at the highest level of the state, and it concluded the international community must accept its responsibility to protect the people of the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, or of Korea, sorry, from crimes against humanity because the government has manifestly failed to do so. This is absolutely within the framing of R2P. That's in 2014. We have, in September of this year, as we heard before, just last month, or just a couple months ago, the OHCHR issuing a follow-up report saying what's happened over the last 10 years. And in that follow-up report, they reviewed the situation since the release of the Commission of Inquiry in 2014 and said that despite some legal and administrative reforms, the overall human rights situation has deteriorated over the past decade. Political prison camps remain operational, systems of forced labor have expanded, authorities have leveraged new technologies to deepen state surveillance and tighten repressive control over the population. So I want to do three things in this presentation. Outline those long-standing challenges to operationalizing R2P in this context, highlight the emerging dynamics that make that more complicated, and to give us an idea of, despite these challenges, how have R2P nevertheless shaped international responses? And I want to identify potential pathways for, and I call these, in the presentation that's in the booklet, the imperfect pathways for protection. So first of all, how can we think about North Korea as a hard case for R2P? One of them is that it has the same challenges that a lot of other contexts have, and that's, we've heard various speakers talk about this, geopolitical divisions. When R2P was first introduced, the main idea of it was to galvanize collective action, as we heard from the former special advisor on R2P. Galvanizing collective action was supposed to reinforce a principle that the international community should not stand by in the face of atrocities, and to galvanize the Security Council in particular when states are deemed to manifestly fail, as the Commission of Inquiry found. It was to galvanize the Security Council into action. Geopolitical divisions, major power differences, have prevented that in North Korea, where Russia and China, as we have heard, have prevented action. But alongside of that, we also see that this is happening across many situations. This is not unique to North Korea. We see it in Gaza, we see it in Syria. In fact, division and deadlock is the norm rather than the exception. So what is particular about the North Korean context? One of them is the challenge of responding to what is labeled peacetime atrocities. Atrocities that occur outside the context of armed conflict and militarized violence are typically characterized by grave, slow-burning human rights violations that are embedded in bureaucratic, economic, and political systems of repression. We see this in this context: forced labor, political prison camps, state-sanctioned starvation, apartheid, or other institutionalized forms of persecution. In these situations where atrocity crimes are prolonged and entrenched, it is particularly difficult to mobilize effective action. Most of what we think about as R2P response tools around manifest failure, which the Commission of Inquiry found was the case for North Korea. These are response tools like crisis diplomacy, emergency humanitarian relief, civilian protection mandates, or arms embargoes, are tailored more to conflict-related mass violence than systematic state repression. And so this highlights what I think of as maybe perhaps a structural gap or structural challenge in implementing R2P. It's that the normative commitment to emergency protection is not well matched by practical mechanisms or pathways for protection in chronic yet extreme atrocity situations. The third I want to say, and this is highlighted before, so if we have geopolitical divisions and the challenge of peacetime atrocities, the third issue is the perceived tensions between hard security and humanitarian concerns. So the global response to North Korea is complicated by the dual military and humanitarian threats the regime poses. Again, this is not new to anyone in the room, but just to stress how international efforts have tended to prioritize denuclearization and regional stability over human protection, as Pyongyang perceives efforts to foreground human rights accountability as a direct threat to the regime, and often responds by doubling down on its nuclear and missile programs. So the challenge is how to reconcile strategic stability with human protection in a bellicose and highly militarized, closed authoritarian context where traditional diplomatic and humanitarian tools have limited leverage. And the fourth challenge I want to highlight is this engagement versus accountability. You know, we heard from Special Advisor Jennifer Wells, the former Special Advisor, that you need three things for collective action. First is an agreement that a situation constitutes atrocity crimes. The second is, she called it good faith deliberation after that agreement, that you can come up with some sort of appropriate and effective measures of response. And the third then is the capacity to respond. What has happened in the North Korean context is we've met number one, agreement that atrocities are occurring, but the challenge has been around what are the appropriate levers and effective levers in this situation that meets those challenges of collective actions on those second and third elements that Jennifer Elsh was just talking about in the previous session. So there's, in other words, you can talk about something must be done, but that doesn't extend to what should be done or by whom. So that's that sort of engagement versus accountability debate. And the fifth one, I think, is a more practical challenge around accountability, which is around the more limited channels for accountability, particularly in the North Korean context, for a few reasons. Unlike genocide and war crimes, there's currently no dedicated treaty on crimes against humanity. You have seen state actors in the face of international deadlock effectively leverage other mechanisms in other contexts, leveraging the 1948 Genocide Convention. So you saw Gambia's case against Myanmar, South Africa's case against Israel. There's not a comparable case of treaty basis for this type of state action when it comes to North Korea because of the absence of that Crimes Against Humanity treaty. Second, while the International Criminal Court has charged and upheld convictions for crimes against humanity, most of the charges that the ICC sees for crimes against humanity occur alongside charges of war crimes. And so there's something of like a conflict bias in the charges around these crimes. And then third, while the Rome Statute definition of crimes against humanity pertains broadly to any widespread or systematic attacks, most legal precedents for addressing peacetime atrocities or crimes against humanity have centered around systematic identity-based rather than political persecution. You think about South Africa's racial apartheid regime, emerging proceedings concerning Israel's persecution of Palestinians, or the Taliban's gender-based persecution in Afghanistan. The closest parallel to the DPRK's extreme repression of its domestic population may be China's treatment of the Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang region of China. But even in this case, the persecuted groups are based on racial, ethnic, and religious grounds rather than political orientation or political status. So although this is not altogether uncharted legal territory, it's just that the procedural, evidentiary, and jurisdictional pathways for prosecuting peacetime atrocities that are rooted in the persecution of national or political groups and carried out through surveillance, detention, and coercive control, they're just relatively underdeveloped in international jurisprudence. Alongside these long-standing issues, and I'll try to wrap up soon, there's emerging dynamics. The emerging dynamics are that North Korea now competes with a very overstretched protection agenda, where the tyranny of the urgent often sidelines protracted atrocity situations, such as the DPRK. There's also more limited entry points following the COVID-19 pandemic. We see in so many restrictions that North Korea put in place for pandemic control have been extended for extensive surveillance and control of the population to this day, which has left it more closed and insular than at any point in its recent history, and undermined humanitarian or economic entry points for structural atrocity prevention. There's also now greater risk in engaging with citizens from North Korea relative to the regime's investment in advanced digital surveillance tools, facial recognition systems, mobile data tracking, tightening the control of the population and further restricting access to information and communication with the outside world. So we heard earlier that alongside these restrictions, there's also a greater application of the death penalty for consuming acts, acts such as consuming or sharing foreign media, including films and television. So this is not just heightening the fear of repression internally, but it amplifies dilemmas externally on how, because even limited contact with North Korean citizens can meet with severe punishment. We've heard about also the challenges with arising from Pyongyang's Moscow relations, that China's long been regarded as the principal external influence and patron in North Korea, but Russia has recently taken on an increased role where North Korea has supplied munitions and deployed personnel for Russia's war in Ukraine in exchange for fuel and military technology. This has provided economic lifelines for the regime, but it also has created new barriers for action in the UN Security Council. For example, seeing Russia now being more open to applying its veto for the panel of experts that monitors the enforcement of UN sanctions against North Korea, and that happened last year in March. And what I wanted to really highlight is as well that the US retreat from the global aid is really threatening the survival of the North Korean human rights ecosystem. The US government, through the foreign assistance programs and its National Endowment for Democracy grants, has long sustained the wonderful network of human rights advocates working on the North Korea. They provide critical documentation, advocacy, and survivor support functions. The Trump administration's decision to abruptly terminate US aid programs and effectively disband the US Department's Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor and freeze related funding streams have severely impacted this community, threatening the survival of some of the NGOs that provide these vital roles. So in this context, how can we think about moving R2P forward or advancing protection? The first one I'd say is about focusing international attention. It was after the Commission of Inquiry that was produced in 2014 and a relevant General Assembly resolution that supported that the UN Security Council first addressed human rights situation in DPRK. This had the support of the US government at the time, and it was when the Trump administration, its first time, favored a policy of engagement over accountability, that the UN Security Council stopped engaging with, or stopped for a number of years holding annual debates on the human rights in North Korea. And in that context, I think it's really important to think of the roles of middle powers, of the elected 10 and others to keep this on the Security Council's agenda, as we heard before. A second is thinking about activating those channels out beyond the UN Security Council. We've heard about after the veto of the sanctions panel, for example, last year, it was the governments of Japan, the Republic of Korea, and the US that formed together to have a multilateral sanctions monitoring team, to have sort of a panel outside of that formal panel of the UN to monitor sanctions. Civil society organizations and human rights advocates have similarly called for UN General Assembly to fill the protection void left by the Security Council by having a similar role for monitoring human rights, and particularly the interconnections between North Korea's human rights violations and its missiles programs. So I'll leave now. I know I'm over time, but finally, I think that the importance of mobilizing resources is particularly important in the context of the withdrawal of U.S. support, and thinking about where there can be upholding this human rights ecosystem that has been so critical in monitoring the situation and advocating for accountability. And I want to also add that North Korea doesn't sit in isolation of global atrocity crimes. We often think of Northeast Asia, of this being something that happens in Northeast Asia. But if you look at this and say, recent U.S. sanctions against North Korea has been about the transfer of weapons to the Myanmar government that have been used in atrocities in the Myanmar context. And I think it's really important to also emphasize how North Korea sits within what I think is the global supply chain of atrocities, how it is that North Korea's military personnel in the front lines of the Ukraine war can be complicit in atrocity crimes there, that North Korean military armaments are going to be used in the commission of atrocity crimes in Myanmar, and to be thinking about this as a constellation of actors who are complicit in atrocity crimes in this case. So I'll leave it there, but I just wanted to emphasize some of the ways in which I think there's challenges but also potential pathways for protection in North Korea.
Thank you very much, Dr. Teitt, for your enlightening analysis. We now move to our final presentation. Professor Boris Kondoch will present. North Korea and the responsibility to protect. Professor, you have. The floor is yours.
안녕하십니까. Welcome to our discussion. Yeah, you can clip. So welcome to our discussion on the R2P, human rights, and North Korea. I actually changed my speech a little bit because I felt I would just give the same arguments or look at the same problems again and again. And let me start maybe with a general observation. The R2P and South Korea. My impression is that the South Korean government, South Korean diplomats are quite reluctant to apply the R2P to North Korea. A couple of years ago, a very able ambassador, Ambassador Oh-jun, gave a speech at the United Nations about the human rights situation in North Korea, and he did not mention the R2P once. When you open a Korean newspaper, the English newspaper, like the Jogan Ilbo or the Korean Times, you will hardly find the word R2P. Of course, the newspapers are reporting about human rights violations in North Korea, but I have the feeling here in South Korea, almost everyone is a little bit reluctant to use this normative concept. What is our current context and what are the questions addressed by scholars? One question, Noel Morada already gave a speech about it. How does the R2P apply in different cases? The bigger question is, I think, does the doctrine have any practical value? Is the R2P simply a slogan? What are the legal aspects of the R2P? What is the relationship between the R2P and the International Criminal Court? Have we already witnessed the death of the R2P? Why has the R2P played no significant role in the debates over the recent conflict in Gaza? What is our current context? There are many challenges to the international legal order. Russia's war of aggression against the Ukraine, the Gaza conflict, Donald Trump's foreign policy. A colleague of mine in Germany calls him the gravedigger of international law. And then we are witnessing the highest number of conflicts worldwide. According to the 2025 UN report of the UN Secretary General on the R2P, the past 20 years have seen a significant decline in respect for international humanitarian law and human rights law by both state and non-state actors. The deterioration is also evident from the recurrent failure to prevent and protect populations from atrocity crimes. Arguably, these developments and conflicts around the world are the reasons why there is not enough attention to the human rights situation in North Korea. In regard to North Korea, there are many human rights reports and articles, but relatively few experts have discussed the R2P and its application to North Korea. Exceptions are, for example, the articles written by Alex Bellamy and Roberta Cohn. How can we move the attention to North Korea and its human rights violations? In 2025, the Human Rights Council published a resolution stating that the Commission, please allow me to quote, deeply concerned about the systematic, widespread and gross human rights violations in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, that in many instances constitute crimes against humanity, and the pervasive culture of impunity and lack of accountability for human rights violations and abuse in the DPRK. Is this something new? No. Many international human rights organizations and the so-called UNCOI report of 2014 have arrived at the same conclusion, that North Korea has committed and it's still committing crimes against humanity, in particular in regard to the situation in the so-called Kwangli-so, the political prison camps of North Korea. There is no doubt that North Korea is one of the worst human rights violators in the world, and the situation in North Korea triggers the R2P. How can South Korea and the international community implement the R2P in regard to North Korea? What would be appropriate steps to ensure criminal accountability? There are not many feasible options, and I remain very pessimistic that the human rights situation in North Korea could be improved. Diplomacy. I doubt that any diplomatic effort, for example, by the UN Secretary General would change Kim Jong-un's policy towards its own people. The use of force. Should there be a humanitarian intervention? This would be highly controversial from the perspective of international law. And probably it would make the situation even worse. The whole issue could also come to the Security Council, but I'm pretty sure China and Russia will never authorize the use of force and use their veto power. Sanctions. Sanctions are already in place because of North Korea's nuclear weapons program. So far, no results have been produced. And these sanctions even have a negative impact on the people of North Korea. Why should new sanctions, because of North Korea's human rights record, have any positive impact on the North Korean regime? ICC referral, we already talked about it. It's very likely that a referral to the ICC will not take place because of the veto powers. The UN Security Council also has no obligation to refer the case to the International Criminal Court. Whenever there is a threat or a breach of peace, the Security Council may adopt binding resolutions according to Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. But the UN Security Council is a political organ which enjoys a wide margin of discretion when and how to act. China has never acknowledged the problematic situation of human rights in North Korea. Some time ago, it has even praised North Korea for its constitution and laws providing for respect of human rights. There will be also voices arguing that the denuclearization of the peninsula should have priority. I talked about the R2P and North Korea many years ago, and I also recommended some steps at the Jeju Peace Forum. At that time, a South Korean diplomat came to me and said, "What are you talking about it? What about our situation?" So there is the fear that any kind of step could lead to conflict. In any case, political commitments to act will depend on the availability of acceptable options. In regard to North Korea, there are not many available, and it shows the current limitation of the R2P. As you can see, there are no clear answers to the question how the international community could implement the R2P in regard to North Korea's gross violations of human rights. President Lee Jae-myung wants to pursue a pragmatic, national interest-centered policy toward North Korea, whatever that means. No matter how costly, peace is better than war. What is President Lee's human rights policy towards North Korea? This is not clear to me, but I think we have many experts from South Korea who can explain that to me. Professor Lee Shin-hwa from Korea University has recently published an article stating that North Korean human rights must not be a peripheral concern. According to reports, the South Korean government is considering to withhold its annual report on human rights violations. There have been plans to abolish the Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs Office. In September 2025, the South Korean government has suspended anti-North Korean broadcast. Are these the right steps to improve the relationship with North Korea? How can South Korea comply with its responsibility to protect human rights in South Korea at the same time? For today, I would like to know your opinion how the United Nations, the international community, and the South Korean government could implement the R2P. Other questions for debate. Should the crime of politicide be covered by the Genocide Convention? Many people ending up in the prison camps of North Korea are political opponents, people who are not complying with the political values of the DPRK. So, is there such a thing as a crime of politicized, and is it covered by the Genocide Convention? And then, do the permanent members of the Security Council have a right to use the veto in face of North Korea's mass atrocities? There has been recently a new book published by Jennifer Trahan, and she argues there exists legal limits to the veto power in case of mass atrocities. Let me come now to the end. I think we should not give up on improving the human rights situation. As Justice Kirby once said, we should have the spirit of a marathon man and not the spirit that of a sprinter. Thank you very much for your kind attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Kondoch. We have now heard three substantive and highly complementary analyses. Together, they highlight maybe three core insights. First, my presentation emphasized the need for practical actions beyond the rhetoric, specifically civil justice initiatives, the protection of escapees and POWs, and the information empowerment. as concrete ways to operationalize R2P. Second, Dr. Teitt presented DPRK as a structural hard case for R2P, noting that traditional mechanisms are still ill-suited for peacetime atrocities. Yet, she emphasized that imperfect pathways, such as advancing a crimes against humanity treaty and coordinated sanctions, remain meaningful avenues for progress. Third, Professor Kondoch provided a candid assessment of the political reality that traditional tools like diplomacy, sanctions, and ICC referral are currently blocked by Security Council paralysis. His analysis reaffirms that advancing R2P requires overcoming the lack of political commitment among major powers. With this analysis in mind, we now move to discussion. So, to help structure our Q&A, I would like to pose three guiding questions. First, strategic linkage and information access. How can the international community realistically link human protection with hard security priorities, such as denuclearization? Specifically, how can strategies to expand information access, such as the truth offense, be integrated into this approach to serve as a catalyst for changing the regime's behavior and internal dynamics? Second, scaling alternative. Pathways given traditional UN routes are blocked. How can we meaningfully scale alternative accountability mechanisms, such as the Crimes Against Humanity Treaty negotiations, General Assembly initiatives, and the civil justice initiatives in domestic courts to exert real pressure? Third, geopolitics and the shield of impunity. As the global order shifts back toward the Cold War-style blocs, North Korea is leveraging its alignment with China and Russia to project an image of a normal state and evade scrutiny for its crimes against humanity. How can the international community effectively dismantle this geopolitical shield and prevent the regime from normalizing its impunity? So I now open the floor for questions and comments from the audience. Please indicate which presenter your question is directed to. Yeah, Professor Yang-Hee.
Professor Yang-Hee, 미얀마 인권 보고관을 역임하셨습니다.
Presentations. I have a question, a comment and a question directed to Dr. Kondoch. What you mentioned about applying North Korea's situation as a genocide convention, that's an interesting thought. I don't think that thought has been pursued. Then you mentioned, the question lies in, you said, you quoted something in your presentation about somebody saying that you can work around the veto power in the Security Council. Can you elaborate on that? I'm very interested in that point. Thank you.
the idea of including politicides in the Genocide Convention is not my idea. I should say that I picked it up by reading about the current situation in North Korea. Currently, the Genocide Convention deals with cases where a state has the intention to destroy in whole or in part an ethnic or religious group. But politicide is not mentioned in the convention. My question to the author would be, well, I think we all can agree that crimes against humanity are occurring in North Korea, and I think there is a certain overlap between crimes against humanity and the crime of genocide. Probably using this G word would move more attention around the globe. So I think it would have some kind of advantages. In Germany, my own country, I don't think there's much interest in North Korea because it's quite far away. And we have our own problems at home with racism and foreigners in Germany and how to deal and incorporate them in our society there. So I think using this G word has often the advantage moving more attention to a case. Existing legal limits to the veto power. I personally think there is no legal limit. The Security Council was perceived as a political organ, and as I said, it enjoys a wide margin of discretion when and how to act. When you look over the practice the last 80 years, there have been war crimes committed in Nogonri. There have been terrible crimes committed during the Vietnam War, Cambodia. Did the Council act? No. And I think the Council itself or the Council members, they don't think that they are bound by some sort of customary international law stating that they cannot use the veto power in case of mass atrocities. The legal argument in favor, saying that there are legal limits, would be to say, well, crimes against humanity, the prohibition of crimes against humanity is a jus cogens norms. And logically deduced from that jus cogens norm would be to say, well, you also have a duty to prosecute, but there is also, in general, no treaty on crimes against humanity, and there is no customary law of international law saying that the Council members cannot veto. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Regarding Genocide Convention, then I'd like to ask Dr. Teitt, you mentioned Crimes Against Humanity Treaty negotiations. Could you elaborate more about that?
Yes. So there are ongoing treaty negotiations for a Crimes Against Humanity treaty. I think it's supposed to be by 2029. And so it's an ongoing process at the moment, and there's the draft provisional measures for it. And so I think that when I look at this, we know anybody who's worked on this situation, or really any atrocity situation, says that you have to play the long game. That long game is thinking about what are the ways of pushing for different accountability mechanisms over the long term. And one of them I really do believe is these treaty negotiations around crimes against humanity, which not only formally codifies that, but it then does things that the Rome Statute doesn't do, that we see in the Genocide Convention, for example. So it allows for state parties to pursue the cases against other states in the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. And so this would open up those particular avenues. And one of the things that we are doing is trying to both engage Asia-Pacific countries on the treaty negotiations for the Crimes Against Humanity Treaty, but also push this agenda forward because it does have such relevance to crimes that are committed in this region. but that's an ongoing process.
Thank you very much. And another question. Yes.
Thank you for your opportunity to speak with you today. I want to ask you, Dr. Sarah Teitt, some questions. I'm currently working at NKDB as an intern. So in Libya, Western intervention was carried out under the banner of humanitarian protection, yet the lack of responsible follow-up led to outcomes far worse than the original crisis, including state collapse, prolonged civil conflict, and the spread of extremist groups. This happened despite R2P's core purpose being the responsibility to protect. Given this precedent, when we apply R2P to the case of North Korea, where do you believe the boundaries of the responsibility lie? Is R2P limited to the decision of whether or not to intervene, or does it also encompass post-intervention obligations such as stabilization, reconstruction, and preventing further harm? Thanks.
Thanks for that question. Look, I think there's no denying that the situation in Libya following the intervention was really problematic. But I think we need to think about as well the politics for why that occurred. And partly it was because there was such a strong resistance to a further reconstruction process in Libya, as well as the problems of just it's really difficult to think about the next day. And that is still a challenge for international action. And so when I think, I'm going to transfer those lessons over to North Korea, you know, most of the people who work on in their careers on the responsibility to protect, despite it's so often associated with military intervention, do precious little work on military intervention. Most of the work is around what are these mechanisms you know, once you get to military force, it's always bad options. Really, it's bad options when it comes to the political environment for them. It's really, really difficult to know the appropriate response strategies. It's difficult to know what can happen thereafter. And so the real emphasis is on what are these peaceful pathways for protection that can avoid some of the tragedies and harms of humanitarian action, even though in some cases it may be necessary. So we think about lessons from Syria, where there was arguably cases where military action could have had a broader protective effect there. But the point being is that this military action should always be extremely exceptional, not the go-to response strategy for any situation. I don't see there being a particular military response strategy in the DPRK, partly because of the risks of a nuclear or aspirational nuclear armed state, but also because the problems are so structural. And because when we think about those deeply entrenched structural issues, they require structural prevention strategies. And so I think that when we look at that, there has to be mechanisms and avenues that don't look at sort of military options, but look at how can greater humanitarian engagement, which has been foreclosed, I said, following there's fewer humanitarian actors on the part of international organizations in the DPRK than there have been in the past. How can those channels be opened so that that form of contact can happen? What are the pathways for thinking about as Mr. Kim is saying, there needs to be some information available. You know, hearing talking about how the radio broadcasting into North Korea has been limited. The same thing has happened with the U.S. in radio broadcasting. So some of these avenues that have been these lower key but nevertheless persistent pathways for opening information portals, for allowing citizens to engage with the external world, for finding these humanitarian economic ways of influencing the situation are just more foreclosed now than they have been in the past. And I think it's the burden of atrocity prevention community to think about how to reopen those pathways.
Last question.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Good morning. My name is Kim Jong-un, and I represent the unification, Moms for Unification organization. My name is Kim Jong-un. I represent a civil society organization composed of de facto women from North Korea, Moms for Reunification, and UPR, CIPD, and CEDAW. All these to all these organizations, we have submitted reports to enhance the rights of women, and we also engaged in the public health policy of North Korea on women and people with disabilities. And we found out that people with disabilities were sacrificed, they were exterminated, and many of people with disabilities were denied of medical service, and medical service is denied for very specific remote areas. Been very detailed with this report. In the R2P, the three main responsibilities, policy making and research. And I'd like to know if the R2P can be extended to apply on research making efforts and the policy making efforts. And I'd like to ask you to give us some recommendations what we can do to enhance R2P at the civil society level. I'd like to ask each of the panels to respond to my questions on what we can do with R2P to enhance our activities to strengthen the rights of North Korean people at the civil society level.
Understand, due to time constraints, we have to observe the right to food. So we must now conclude our discussion. After this session, we will mail to you. The answers we discuss each other. Okay.
I mean, what I understood is also that we have people from North Korea in the room, and often outsiders are discussing the situation in North Korea and how to implement the R2P. I would be very much interested, maybe during lunch or during the conference, what their opinion is. We heard about information access. To what extent can you get information from the outside world in North Korea? Thank you very much.
Yes. So tomorrow also, that 26th, we'll have a dedicated seminar. Okay. So.
Is it okay if I respond very quickly to? I just want to respond very quickly to your question about civil society has played such an incredibly important role in the responsibility to protect. You talk about the documentation you're doing for CEDAW, for other documentation of the situation for women's human rights. You think about how civil society has partnered with governments to push forward agendas. Savita's organization at the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect does this so amazingly well in mobilizing, both thinking about the linkages between civil society organizations and the ways and mechanisms through which states can advance atrocity prevention. For CEDAW, for example, we see states coming forward and for the first time taking the Taliban, building a case against the Taliban based on CEDAW for the persecution of women in Afghanistan. So I just want to acknowledge your intervention there and to say that, of course, civil society has such an important role in this. This is not the domain of states.
Thank you for the thoughtful questions and your active engagement. My sincere thanks to Dr. Teitt and Professor Boris Kondoch for their invaluable contributions, and to all the participants for your engaged participants. This session is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 지금부터 점심식.
Yes, thank you very much. We would now like to engage in the luncheon. The lunch boxes will be served at your tables, at your seats, so it will continue until 2, and we will resume session 3. So for those of you that have the green lunch coupon, You may stay here in your seats, and we will have the lunch boxes served to your seats. And for those of you with the red coupon, please seek the assistance of our staff at the entrance to move on to a different floor. Thank you.
We will now be taking our lunch break. If you have green lunch coupons, please stay seated. Lunch will be served directly to your tables. If you have red lunch coupons, please move to the reception desk and meet the members of our PSCORE team that will escort you to a different location. We will resume with session 3 at 2 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. Everyone, please settle down. Everybody, please sit down again. Please turn your attention back to the stage. We hope everyone had a good lunch. In case you are planning to leave early, please bring your interpretation devices back to the registration desk on your way out. We will now resume with session 3, which will look at R2P case studies in Asia. Please remember to step up to the podium I am standing at right now while holding your speech if you prepared slides to accompany your presentation. If you do not have slides, you can stay seated while presenting. We would like to remind you about the interpretation devices. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. All sessions and presentations today will be conducted in both Korean and English, so if you need interpretation, please turn your device on and make sure it is working properly. First, we will hear about the case of Myanmar, moderated by Professor Yang-Hee, former Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Myanmar. Afterwards, we will take a look at Cambodia's case, moderated by Savita Pawnday, Executive Director of the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect. Professor Yang-Hee, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Fighting your eyelids closing after lunch is a major task for us, but I am sure my panel will have something very interesting and exciting to present this afternoon. I am honored to be invited to chair and also to present. I'm also joined with my esteemed colleagues here on the podium with Winn, the representative to Korea of the National Unity Government, and Daw Fatima Ishak from Rakhine State. Today, to speak about her experiences as a child and currently what's happening in Rakhine to the Rohingya population. I will be presenting the situation of Myanmar briefly, I think, and today we've heard a lot about R2P, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about R2P. And I know my former colleague there talked a little bit about the R2P, applying R2P to Myanmar situation. So I will now move on to the podium to do my presentation. Okay, thank you again for inviting me. I will try to keep as close to the time that I was given. I was the former Special Rapporteur on Myanmar, and I actually witnessed during my mandate the genocide that happened against the Rohingyas living in northern Rakhine and other parts of Rakhine too. I'm also the founding member of a special advisory council for Myanmar. We call it SACM. People say, why SAC? Because it's the junta, and we say it's SACM. But two former colleagues of mine who were members of the fact-finding mission on Myanmar, Marzuki Darusman, who was also a member of the COI of DPRK, and Chris Sidoti, who is a member of the COI of Palestine, is joining me as a member of SACM. And we constituted in 2001, March, right after the attempted coup by the illegal junta. Myanmar presents one of the clearest and most urgent tests of responsibility to protect. For years, the civilians have been suffering mass atrocities. They've been enduring indiscriminate airstrikes, village burnings, widespread detention and torture, and weaponizing of fear against entire communities. This is not a historical case. It is an ongoing emergency in which the central perpetrators are organs of the state itself. Situating Myanmar within the R2P framework helps us to evaluate what the international community has done, what it has not done, and what it can still do without relying on military intervention. We think of R2P as the first thing is military intervention, but that's not going to happen in Myanmar or in any other country in the near future that you and I will be witnessing. I will focus mainly on the present crisis inside Myanmar and how R2P is and is not being applied. Yeah, I'm doing it. Okay. When the coup attempt happened in 1st of February 2021, we saw many pictures of people carrying this R2P signs in Myanmar. As I said, I will briefly situate R2P, then track the crisis, examine why collective action has stalled, and devote extra attention to the Special Advisory Council for Myanmar's proposal to operationalize R2P through non-military means, the 3 cuts, as we call it. Finally, I will close with practical, near-term pathways that remain available even without Security Council authorization. R2P in brief, you've heard about this all morning, and I will skip this. It's based on the UN Charter, okay? I will skip this, and that will save me some time. But R2P, in brief, continued 3 pillars, and you've heard about this, I'm sure. The pillar 1, the state's primary responsibility to protect its own population. Pillar 2, international assistance to help states when it cannot. Pillar 3, collective measures when all fails. Myanmar is a case where Pillar 1 has inverted. The state is the agent of harm. Pillar 2 is obstructed, aid is restricted and manipulated, and Pillar 3 is blocked. Collective measures are stifled by geopolitics. In Myanmar, all 3 pillars have collapsed. The state is the perpetrator. International support is constrained by access restrictions and political sensitivities, and collective action has been paralyzed by great power rivalry. Myanmar, therefore, demonstrates the limits of R2P when political will is absent. Myanmar, from crisis to catastrophe, it went from bad to worst and worst. So it went to crisis, and now it's a catastrophe. And it's not a natural catastrophe, it's a man-made catastrophe. The current phase of Myanmar's catastrophe has its roots in earlier atrocity patterns, notably the Rohingya crisis, 2016 and 2017. 700,000 plus Rohingyas have forcibly been deported and fled to Bangladesh. The military's operations were marked by mass killings, destructions of villages, expulsions, killings of children, and the junta, well, the military under Thein Sein's government allowed me to go up to northern Rakhine, and I interviewed people, victims of families that remained in northern Rakhine, Maung and Butidong. And I also went to Cox's Bazar and spoke to people who escaped from Myanmar. Now, in 2021, February 1st, the military attempted a coup to overthrow the elected NLD government, triggering nationwide protests that were met with lethal force.
and mass arrests. Over time, the junta escalated with air power, artillery, and systematic terror tactics. The conflict's human toll is immense, mass displacement across the entire country, and emptied by raids and airstrikes, schools, clinics, and steady erosion of civilian life. We have about 500,000 plus displaced and 7,000 plus verified killed after the coup. This is updated in 2025. Patterns of violence are consistent with crimes under international law, airstrikes against civilian areas, punitive raids that torch entire villages, and targeting of community leaders and health workers have become recurrent. The selection of targets, schools, religious compounds, marketplaces, suggests a logic of collective punishment rather than military necessity. The evidence of atrocity crimes is overwhelming and has been well documented by the UN and independent monitors. In Sagaing and Pinlong, entire villages were razed to the ground. In April 2023, an airstrike on the village of Pazigi killed at least 165 people. And in September 2025, a military strike on a school killed 22 people, including 20 children. These are not isolated incidents, but part of a deliberate strategy of terror. The military uses air power to target civilians, blocks humanitarian aid, and deploys sexual violence as a weapon of war. Such actions meet the threshold of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Yet the perpetrators continue to act with impunity, shielded by international inaction. After the coup happened during the period of COVID, and the junta weaponized medication and humanitarian aid to terrorize the people. They stole all the medicine, they would steal the oxygen, and leaving lots of people to perish, even in the streets. Now let me do a little bit about the Rohingya genocide. This is a photo of an aerial photo of Cox's Bazar. This was taken in 2017. I was in Cox's Bazar in 2016 after the first, well, not the first wave. In the 90s there was a wave too, but 2016, about 70,000 people had been displaced to Cox's Bazar. They had to cut down all the trees to make this a huge, the largest refugee camp currently. So you can see how the refugee camp, now it's grown even bigger than what it is here. The Rohingya issue remains central to understanding both the present violence and failure of deterrence. Investigations concluded that the military's operations bore hallmarks of genocide intent, including mass killings and destructions of homes. I was the first one to call it the hallmarks of genocide. The then High Commissioner, Prince Zayed, said this was a textbook case of genocide. It took many, many years for the US government to make a genocide determination. And so Professor Kondoch, genocide application for a DPRK, we also face another obstacle of genocide determination. In Myanmar, the Rohingya genocide to post-coup atrocities demonstrates how unaddressed crimes, a political order, and normalized state violence against civilians. What is required to invoke R2P? According to our newly formed Special Advisory Council for Myanmar, we say two factors. The first one is the need to protect civilians against atrocities. The second factor is the political will of states.
applying R2P to Myanmar. Okay, we've heard about this. We can't because state is the perpetrator. Aid is blocked. Collective action paralyzed. Now, R2P in practice for Myanmar, what can be done? Okay, Myanmar is a textbook case for R2P application. UN Security Council deadlock is no excuse for inaction. SACEM's 3 cuts will be what we would suggest is to operationalize R2P without military force. International failure undermines R2P's global credibility, and the key purpose of R2P is to encourage the UN Security Council to use its existing authority to prevent atrocities, but it is not doing that. What the 3-cut strategy means. The first one is cut the weapons, enforce a global arms embargo, stop Russian aid and Chinese arms sales, block dual-use technologies. Nowadays, we're even seeing North Korean military weaponry entering Myanmar. And we know that in the past, under the military rule, and back in the early 2010s or before 2007, there was a cooperation between Myanmar and DPRK on nuclear cooperation. Cut the cash, target military finances, sanction the MEHL and MEC, freeze generals' assets, cut revenues from gas, jade, and timber. You would not know that Myanmar supports China in rare earth. A lot of rare earth is mined out of northern Kachin and northern Shan area in Myanmar. Cut the impunity, strengthen accountability through ICJ and ICC, and support universal jurisdiction cases, and empower the independent investigative mechanism for Myanmar. The premise is simple: starve the junta of the capacity to commit atrocities. Implementing R2P, the 3 cuts and its challenges. Arms embargoes blocked at UN Security Council, but coalitions can act. Sanctions unevenly enforced. Revenue from gas and jade continues. Accountability is slow, but IIMM case shows promise. Despite limits, 3 cuts is the most realistic R2P pathway. There's been an enormous civilian resistance, and joined with this is the ethical dilemmas. Inside Myanmar, civilian resistance has evolved from mass peaceful mobilization into a self-protection and political operations, including the NUG and the People's Defense Forces, allied with ethnic armed organizations. The dilemma is how to support civilian protection without fueling escalation or worsening civilian harm. There are political reasons why R2P has not been applied. Here again, China and Russia enjoys their superpower veto powers. Both supply weapons, both have enormous economic interests in Myanmar. Regionally, the ASEAN principle of non-interference has prevented collective action. The ASEAN 5-point consensus lacks enforcement. There is also precedent anxiety among states. Many states are worried that once they apply R2P to Myanmar, it might be invoked in other countries, like their own country. So this is one of the major political barriers. The practical barrier is that the state, even if the political will were present, the practical barriers remain. The state is the perpetrator, so there is no partner to work with to provide humanitarian assistance. Military action is seen as a politically and logistically impossible. Even non-forcible measures like sanctions and arms embargoes have been inconsistently applied, undermined by states that continue to trade with the junta. Finally, global attention is divided. The international community has such a short attention span, and there's so many crises around the world that attention has moved on to other crises. But there has been international responses which were fragmented. The 5-point consensus, as I said earlier, has stalled too and has produced little change. The US and the EU imposed targeted sanctions. The US passed the Burma Act, providing support to pro-democracy actors. Several countries have recognized the NUG government as the legitimate authority, yet these measures remain fragmented. Without unified regional leadership, international action lacks cohesion. China and Russia continue to shield the junta. This tension between regional paralysis and global division is at the heart of Myanmar's R2P failure. Many people have asked, no-fly zone. Why can't we apply no-fly zone? This is one of the R2P questions that come up. The calls for a no-fly zone is understandable, given the centrality of the airstrikes to the junta's violence. On the surface, this might seem a logical R2P tool, but in practice, it is virtually impossible. But in R2P terms, a no-fly zone is a coercive military measure falling under Pillar 3. Given repeated vetoes on far less intrusive actions, authorization for a no-fly zone is not politically attainable. Even if it was politically possible, the military risks are high. Myanmar's Air Force is supplied and maintained by Russia and China, and its Air Force defense systems are sophisticated. And enforcing a no-fly zone would likely involve direct confrontation with major powers. So this is a very practical reason why no-fly zone cannot be applied in Myanmar. R2P's military tools are blocked in Myanmar. So we must resort to non-military tools, possibly cutting aviation fuel and critical components, tightening arms and dual-use controls, and accelerating accountability for air-delivered atrocities. In other words, the 3 cuts, as we say it. The path forward. So what can be done? 4 priorities stand out. Fully operationalize the 3 cuts, especially sanctions and arms embargoes, empower Myanmar civil society and survivor-led networks with funding and protection, strengthening accountability mechanisms at the ICJ, ICC, and through universal jurisdiction, and push the UN to take leadership. There's a ping pong. The UN passes the ball to ASEAN. The ASEAN passes the ball to the UN. It's a ping pong game. Accountability pathway is slow, but is not static. International and national mechanisms have been preserving evidence, developing cases, and testing jurisdictional avenues. The ICJ genocide case against Myanmar continues. The ICC case, although it's very limited, continues. IIMM is collecting and preserving evidence for future prosecution. And in 2025, the Argentine court issued arrest warrants against Myanmar generals under universal jurisdictions. The conclusion is, Myanmar is a credible test for R2P. The legal and moral criteria are clear. The failure lies in implementation under political constraint. The inability to establish a no-fly zone is not a signal to give up. It is a signal to double down on non-military R2P tools that are lawful, scalable, and enforceable by coalitions of willing states and institutions. Non-military enforcement, such as the 3 cuts and other measures, are possible. Voices of the people remind us of the promise to keep, never again promise, as we heard when first R2P was set. Thank you very much. I have to move on to my next hat. I would like to invite Winn Maung for his presentation.
Thank you very much, Excellency and guests and organizers. Yeah. In Myanmar, since the military coup, the period was marked by the under subversion of the political discourse, widespread violence against the civilians, and the repeat of the deterioration of the humanitarian situations. The military junta has carried out the systematic and the widespread campaign of violence against the civilian population, using the threat in the among the war crimes and crimes against humanity. According to the UN High Commissioner for the Human Rights, 2024 was the deadliest year for the civilians since the coup, as the military feet sent based on the battlefield exit increased airstrike on the civilian target if they were the military target. This, according to the statement by the Assistant of the Associations of Political Prisoners, AAPP, this November 2025, a total of 30,010 people were arrested for political reasons, and 22,690 were sentenced to the prison. 7,484 people were killed by the military nationwide, and over 3.6 million people have been internally displaced. The junta scored at threats included extrajudicial kill, torture, arbitrary detention, and the reasons attack on the civilian infrastructure. Human rights organizations have documented numerous instances of the unlawful airstrike. The continued supplies of the jet fuel to the military enabled this attack, and it is a critical issue that international body has been asked to address. In addition, dry attack, the junta has systematically disbanded civil space by the targeting activists, journalists, and anyone previous or the supporters of the opposition. The arrest and repeat, and those detained and often subjected to torture and aid the treatment in the custody. About 1,850 people have died during arrest and instigation. The Ministry of Human Rights of the National Unity Government, NUG, collect and identify data daily. According to the aid service, there is no place in the country where human rights violations have no occurrence, which is the highest number of the incident of the form in the Sagaing region and central Myanmar. The military has indirectly committed 464 massacres, resulting in the details of the deaths of 5,124 people, including the children, women, pregnant women. Even As citizens were suffering from the 7th Sakai earthquake on the March 28, 2025, the military did not case the airstrike. Furthermore, due to the growing influence and ends of the growth across the country, human rights violations are now also occurring in the area controlled by revolutionary force. The NUG Ministry of Human Rights received 265 complaints related to the sexual violence, of which 17 were illegally committed by the members of the People Defense Force and other armed groups. Additionally, according to the various reports, there have been other harmful accidents in the area controlled by the revolutionary and EROs. And the military construction. The military junta adhered to the 2010, the People Military Service Law in the February 2024. The mandating military service for all men aged 80 to 35 and women aged 80 to 27. Has a new move of the human rights abuse as the junta resource of the force construction, education, and the correction of the faith is ranked. The young people, particularly from the ethnic minority communities, are being forcibly taken from their homes, workplace, and from the military checkpoints. The recruitment process is characterized by the violence. Intermediately, and the dissection victims report being abused, the beaten, and the treated with the imprisonment of death in their residence. It is now estimated that approximately 150,000 people had been forcibly conscripted in over a year and a half. Among them, only a few hundred have managed to escape, and it is known that many have died. About 14 million citizens are subjected to the military force construction. A deepening humanitarian crisis. The military action has created a humanitarian crisis. Over 80 million people are in the need to humanitarian assistance, and 2.6 to 3.6 million had been displaced from their homes. It is junta frequently blocks rest humanitarian access to those in need, establishing their vulnerability and leading to increases mortality. This crisis was further compounded by a magnitude 7.7 earthquake that struck central Myanmar on March 28, causing thousands of dead and injured and displacing many homes. In the aftermath of the earthquake, and military was condemned for the heavy relief effort affecting areas. The Rohingya from the western part of the Myanmar face a new threat to their assistance among the escalating conflicts. The military and forced by recruiting the remain Rohingya and forcing them to the front line. They are also feeling their home due to fighting between the military and the Arakan army. The international legal case against Myanmar at the International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court for the atrocities committed by the military against the Rohingya are ongoing. Humanitarian aid remains far from meeting the need due to the nationwide demand and restriction imposed by the military. The capital city international organization is very limited. Sorry. So, the national unity government and the part of the democracy. In the face of the military tyranny, the people of Myanmar have demonstrated remarkable resilience. The national unity government, from the elected responsibility, representative and leaders from the pro-democracy leaders or EROs, and men of the legitimate alternative of in the junta. The NUG has articulated vision for the federal democracy union based on the principle of the human rights, equality, and justice. The federal charter has been issued and been furthermore an insignificant step. The NUG has issued a policy on the Rohingya, recognizing their identity and right and committing to the pathways of the citizenship and their security, while voluntary and the dignified return. The Energy Ministry of the Human Rights activity engaged in the demanding the junta atrocity, the engaging with the international human rights mechanism. However, the energy ability to implement its policy and protect the civilians and sovereign consistent by the ongoing conflicts, the junta control over the significant part of the country. The international responsibility response and call to action. The international community has widely commended the military coup and the subsequent human rights violations, and collections of the nation, including the European Union, the United States, the United Kingdom, and several others, has called the end to violence, the release of all political prisoners, and return to the path of democracy. However, Myanmar's human rights violation had been overshadowed by the international news, such as the Russia-Ukraine war and the issue of the ISIS and other Middle East. Sanctions has been imposed on key military officials and the anti-terrorists, but their effectiveness has been limited. The United Nations Security Council has passed a resolution call for an end to the violence, and various UN bodies activity monitoring and situation and providing the humanitarian assistance. However, the international response has so far been insufficient to that the junta retain the terror. The international community must take the decisive action to protect civilians, implement and enforce a comprehensive and umbrella, including a ban on the sales and transfer to jet fuel, to control the military ability to carry out indiscriminate attack, ensure humanitarian access, pressure to the junta to allow for the and the principal humanitarian access to all those in need, including through a cross-border checkpoint. Support accountability. Provide reviews support to the ongoing investigation by the ICJ, ICC, and UN independent investigation mechanism for the Myanmar to ensure that prison judgment to serious crime and through the justice. International judicial collectively serve to take action and ensure accountability through international justice mechanisms for the human rights violation being committed by the authoritarian military in Myanmar. Engage with the NUG. Recognize the NUG. The NUG has the legitimate representative of the people of Myanmar and provide it with the necessary technical, financial, and political support to the advance it is vision of the federal democracy. The people of the Myanmar have to service for the too long under the rule of the military. The international community has a moral ability to stand to the solidarity with them and take meaningfully action to the end in violence, restore the democracy, and ensure the future where the rights and dignity of people in Myanmar are respected. Even if the military junta falls and the revolutionary side gains control of the country, they will stay faced to the difficult checks of the resulting the human rights violations that have occurring and are still continuous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winn Maung. Now I ask Dr. Fatima Ishak to give your testimony of your life in Rakhine, and please be mindful of the time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend my appreciation for inviting me here today to speak before you, and I'd like to extend my appreciation to Professor and all the organizers for all their efforts. My name is Fatima Ishak, and I was born in a small village in the Butidang of Rakhine State in Myanmar. And I lived in Sittwe, which is the capital of Rakhine, from 1986 until I left Myanmar. I arrived in South Korea in January 2007, and I've lived here since. My father was the civil servant, and he was also a teacher and a principal in a school in Madrasa. It's an Islamic school and a school for orphans. My father devoted his life to ensuring that every child, whoever wished to study, can receive education. However, because we are Rohingyas, my family had to endure discrimination and oppression. And through my lived experience, I'd like to share three major parts of my life story that relate to the responsibility to protect. First, I'd like to talk about my childhood memories of forced labor. Second, I'd like to talk about the unlawful detention and torture of my father, which has been implemented without a due process. Third, I'd like to talk about the surveillance and the fear that pervaded every aspect of our daily lives. And I'd often feel that I'm about to cry when I talk about my father. And this is right after lunch. I think it's quite inappropriate that I stand at this posture, but I like to say that this is an emotional experience for myself. So whenever I think of my experiences of the past in Myanmar, I cannot help but cry. My apologies. And first, I'd like to talk about forced labor. From age 10 to 12, for 2 years, I was forced into labor. And at the time, there were very few vehicles, and the roads were were very poorly maintained. So transportation was mostly by ox carts. And therefore, the junta wanted to fix the situation, and they forced Rohingya villagers to repair and pave roads by hand. Particularly during the period when General Kim led the Military Intelligence Bureau, whenever he arrived, every Rohingya household in Rakhine State was ordered to provide at least one laborer for road construction or for the roads to be set up by the seashore lines. If we did not comply to this order, we were subjected to fine punishment. But my father's salary was very small because he was a teacher. He couldn't pay the fines, and I was chosen to participate at this forced labor. And even today, it hurts me and angers me to recall those days. From my memory, the work was far beyond what a child could endure. It was quite unbearable. And from dawn to evening, I worked for more than 10 hours a day. I carried stones, I shoveled the dirt, and I also cut the weeds and leveled roads. And all along, the only tool that I had was something very modest. It was only this small wooden knife. And there was barely any time to rest for me during the work. I still vividly remember this. I was sitting in grass near the city airport, and I was under soldiers' surveillance. And me and other Rohingya children worked all day long. Our hands and knees were covered in mud. And I worked very hard to pluck the weeds. On other days, we were taken to the seaside to build coastal roads, and the sun burned down our backs. And on the coastal roads, we carried sands and rocks alongside the soldiers. Above all, the most heartbreaking part of this was that at the time, all of this was regarded as normal practice simply because we are Rohingya. It breaks my heart to think about it. We worked all day, and we carried rocks and sand. And during the lunch hour, we ate from the lunch boxes that we prepared. And then at the end of the day, we had to return homes after the whole day of hard work. At least one child from every Rohingya household was forced to work. But children from other families were not required to work like us. My friends at the hometown spend time at school or spend time at home. They were resting at home or they were learning things from schools. But while they were at it, I was deprived of an opportunity to learn. And I had to bear the responsibility to work as part of the forced labor. And in these ways, my childhood from ages 10 to 12 was spent in the forced labor. And the 3 years of my childhood is filled with memories of rocks, dust, and sweat, as opposed to classrooms and playgrounds. And although people may walk or drive on those paths very casually these days, people take the roads in front of the court. The road could be next to the hospital, and the road could be around the market or down the shore. And all of these roads, they were built by the hands of the Rohingya children like myself. It was made with the sweat of Rohingya children. Secondly, I'd like to talk about my father's imprisonment and torture. My father believed that people should be taught without respect to religions or socioeconomic backgrounds. He was a deeply respected man in our community, and he had many students in the hometown where I grew up. Buddhist or Muslim, rich or poor. My father believed that they should not be treated differently. And he volunteered to teach children in the area for over 30 years. He made sure that nobody would be excluded from education. In 1996, my father had the madrasa and orphan school. He operated the school, and he brought together the parents and students of the madrasa and the orphan school, and he reflected on what we have done for the past year and planned for the future. This took us about a month to do that. And for this occasion, he even arranged a special event. He arranged for a cow to be slaughtered, hoping to encourage everybody in a festive atmosphere. But somebody took picture of my father, was very busy preparing for this event. And someone secretly took the photo and reported him to the military intelligence agency. So along with these photos, they falsely accused him of being an Islamic leader closely connected to Aung San Suu Kyi's pro-democracy movement, which was quite absurd. My father was preparing for a special event, and they distorted his image to argue that this is an evidence of a secret organization's meeting, and they used the image to denounce him. Later, I've heard that military intelligence officers in plain clothes approached my father. They said that they had something to talk about, and they suddenly took him away. So my father, without knowing why, was dragged into a detention facility. He was subjected to relentless interrogation and torture without any kind of the legal process or legal due process or trial. I have heard that on the first day of his detention, he was struck hard on the head and he collapsed. My apologies once again. My father was struck very hard on the head, and he collapsed. And he lost consciousness. For about 3 days afterward, we, the family members, searched everywhere because we did not know whether he was alive or dead. And at the time, my mother was pregnant with my younger sibling. And I carried her on the back of my bicycle. I went around the village and the city searching for my father's whereabouts. My mother and myself fell many times from the bicycle. So after 3 days, we finally learned his whereabouts. We found out that he had been detained, and we were confirmed that he was still alive. And then my mother was allowed to visit. However, even at that time, he was still being beaten, he was being tortured, and he was undergoing interrogation as well. Later, through my mother's account, I learned that my father had been extremely exhausted. And during his detention, the military intelligence officers kept accusing him of being a Muslim leader. And these officers relentlessly pressed him about alleged ties to the pro-democracy movement. Still, my father did not yield to the military's threats. He said that I'm a teacher. I've taught children for about 30 years, and I've never betrayed my country, and I've done nothing illegal. Even if only 2 people come forward claiming that I did such a thing, then you don't need to lock me up. Instead, please shoot me and kill me instantly, he said. And to the end, he defended his honor. The third part has to do with surveillance, the civilian surveillance and the fear. Fortunately for my father, he was eventually proven innocent and he was released. However, through his detention, I came to realize many things. I truly felt the presence of surveillance and monitoring woven into our everyday lives. Between at the time in 1988, from 1996 to 1997, in Myanmar, student uprising was breaking out across the country. And since this 1988 pro-democracy protest against the military regime, the junta had become particularly sensitive, and it intensified the surveillance on the Rohingya population. In every Rakhine village, plainclothes military agents would report civilians for even the slightest sign of suspicion. And simply because we are Rohingyas, we lived in constant fear. We trembled as police and soldiers stormed into our homes and streets without warning. Before even speaking or asking questions, the police and soldiers increasingly resorted to the fist and violence in dealing with us. And my family would tremble in fear and look for places to hide whenever soldiers passed through our village. And as a child, I used to ask, "Uncle, why are we hiding? Why can't we just go out and talk to them?" And as I grew older, I came to understand the reason for that fear. It is because of one single photograph or a careless word of a friend. I've saw and heard with my own eyes and ears and how people are taken away, disappeared, and unjustly tortured. It just happens by an anonymous report. Above all, Myanmar's military government incited mobs with money. The junta sent them to set fire to villages and the markets. By the 2000s, they even burned the small boats that came into our neighborhood. So we were cut off completely. As these incidents kept repeating, the Rakhine and Rohingya people in my hometown began to distrust each other. Suspicion, fear, and surveillance became part of everyday life for us. Even in such circumstances, my father taught many students regardless of their religion or background. Some Rakhine Buddhists quietly reached out to us and they said, "It wasn't us who did this." Later, these Buddhists even helped me escape from Yangon and find my way to safety in Korea. As of 2025, there are two groups of main oppressors in Rakhine State. The first is the Myanmar military junta, and the other is Myanmar Rakhine Army, which uses the acronym AA. As the civil war between the junta and AA intensifies, the Rohingya find themselves attacked and destructed by both sides, and the Rohingya are used as tools for mobilization and propaganda. AA continues labels and attacks the Rohingya as alleged supporters of military, while the Myanmar junta systematically drives the remaining Rohingya out of the Rakhine region to reduce their numbers. And in their place, the regime locates from Bangladesh Buddhist settlers. They even bring in criminals from other parts of Myanmar to stay in Rohingya villages. And they foster fear, hatred, and conflict among the communities. Ladies and gentlemen, today there are only about 600,000 Rohingya people left in my hometown of Rakhine State. And the family members who chose to stay until the last day, they're now struggling to survive in the refugee camps in Bangladesh. They live in constant fear and uncertainty because they don't know when they might be attacked again. Those from my hometown who have been scattered around the world as refugees can no longer meet one another, and then now living far from home in the foreign lands. Although many years have passed, I am Rohingya, and ever since the moment I left my hometown, I missed it deeply. If there any way possible, I would want to return to my beloved homeland. And I dream it every single day. Of course, I no longer even know exactly where my neighborhood or my home is, or even if it still exists. But before I left Myanmar for Korea, I planted 2 blackberry trees in our yard. I used to imagine how they would grow and bear fruit someday. I used to water them with such imagination. Through all the hardships I faced in my journey to Korea, it was that single memory that kept me going. Even now, I carry the image of those blackberry trees in my heart as I wait for the day I can return to my homeland. Thank you very much for listening to my story today.
Go ahead, Savita. You have the floor.
Thank you so much for that very moving testimony. And now we are going to shift our gaze to another country in the Asian region, Cambodia, which experienced a horrific genocide and over the years has adopted many preventive strategies and has also seen some backsliding. So we have 2 very important speakers on this topic. The first one is my dear friend, Ambassador Phu Sutharik, who to me, it's personal because he was the R2P focal points for Cambodia, the first R2P focal points for Cambodia. But in addition to that, he's a retired academic and a distinguished senior advisor to the Cambodian Center for Regional Studies. He's the advisor to Cambodian government and also served as Cambodia's ambassador to Japan. So without further ado, the floor is yours, Ambassador Sutharik.
Thank you very much. So first, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Mr. Bada Nam, Secretary General of the People for Successful Korean Reunifications, for hosting this very important, very timely, and very interesting event, and the hospitality that he extended to me since my arrival to a very beautiful Seoul with change in leaves. And last night I have a very sumptuous Korean food. I really like it. Thank you so much. What I'm about to say is already printed, so I will go through very quickly so that you don't have conference fatigues. I'm asked to talk on the Cambodian experience with regard to R2P. And as you know, like many member states of the United Nations, Cambodia commit itself to the responsibility to protect as adopted at the 2005 World Summit. I would like to recall the international conference of this scale, actually bigger. I think, Savita, you were there 10 years ago in Cambodia. Cambodia hosted, and I'm the organizer, so memory is very refreshing. We commemorate the 10-year anniversary of the norm, the R2P in Phnom Penh, and many countries coming to Cambodia. And today I witnessed once again, so thank you for the organizer for hosting this one. And during that time, Prime Minister Hun Sen, then former Prime Minister of Cambodia, he was the first leader in ASEAN to openly articulate the support for R2P principle and express his willingness for Cambodia to take a leading role in ASEAN, I hope you know ASEAN, in the promotions and the implementations of the norm. He had called for the creations of a network of R2P focal point in the region. He know that the UN have one, but he want ASEAN to have one. And then later on, he appointed a national focal point in 2016. It was me, a year after that. Cambodia have good track record in in promoting R2P. We sign about anything that is to be signed with regard to trustee prevention, including Rome Treaty. We set up the Extraordinary Chamber of the Courts of Cambodia, known as the ECCC, or the Khmer Rouge Tribunal. We set up this court actually, it takes a long time, and I think my next speaker will talk to you more about the process. We established a Tul Slang Museum, known as a Genocide Museum in Phnom Penh. If people want to know how horrified the crime against humanity was then committed by the Khmer Rouge, please visit the museum. Cambodia passed domestic law in 2013 against denial of genocides and war crime committed by the Khmer Rouge. Cambodia take concrete steps to prevent violence against women and child protection, including gender equality and discrimination against women, legal protection. So I think the list go on, but to say the least that the Cambodian government have taken bold steps in appointing the national focal point. That was a point of departure, which I served for 2 years. And during that time, I traveled quite a bit, and thanks to Savita from the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect, and my good friend from the Asia Pacific Center, Dr. Sarah Teitt, and Dr. Noel Morada is a good friend. So Cambodia walked through a long way toward R2P. Now I will talk a little bit about the opportunity and challenge facing the court, and knowing very well that my next speaker will talk more about it. But just to highlight that this hybrid court was established to try to bring accountability to Cambodia through justice system that want to make sure justice is for the victim that is committed by the Khmer Rouge, to unveiling the truth and hoping to deter the future atrocity of that scale again ever to happen in Cambodia. Now, I can say two things about this try. From a domestic front, Cambodia demonstrated sincere political will to bring justice to the Khmer Rouge top leader who commit the crime, and externally, I think it's a really showing case the international community commitment to help to assist the Cambodian government to fulfill its responsibility to protect. So we have Pillar 1 fulfilled, Pillar 2 is also fulfilled. The most noticeable of this achievement in a very summary way is that the conclusion of the court, it took 16 years to finish the trial, and the cost of doing that is $337 million US. But there are only 3 verdicts delivered. In other words, the conviction, the trial is only about 5 people. It costs so much to do justice for atrocity prevention. Now, the challenge to the atrocity, the ECC, in my view, is with the future generation of Cambodia, whether the trial bring positive effect to the rule of law in Cambodia, if the judgment also heal the wound of the past, and that justice is finally served and can influence the next regime, the regime who wanted to inflict this kind of mass atrocity again. Remember, the killing in Cambodia, it's about the killing of its own people. We we very homogeneous. We just one Khmer race. The Khmer is killing Khmer. I mean, there is a study who say 2 million, but I could say probably 3 million people were killed by execution, starvation, disease, and hard labor. So let me share my view how the international community can help country like Cambodia and other countries who want to do R2P. I think it's important at this moment in time because we have a lot of international friends here, particularly international organizations such as Savita. She's really a champion in supporting R2P. She's from New York. So in my view, the international community should assist state in organizing national dialogue on a regular basis, at least once a year, to bring relevant stakeholders from civil society that deal with human rights protection, but also including government officials, security sector, academia, think tanks, and other relevant international organizations to discuss the possibility to build a national architecture for atrocity prevention, which include, for instance, mainstreaming R2P in national security and development framework, developing capacity to enable them to carry out their respective mandate related to mass atrocity prevention. Assist state in particularly those states who have national focal point, like in the case of Cambodia, and I have been strongly assisted by my good friend from the Global Center for R2P and the AP R2P from Australia. Please continue to do so with other states. I understand there's now 60 plus states have already appointed national focal point. And I know Korea also have one national focal point. I met him when I was a national focal point in Cambodia. Also, to help country develop a country risk assessment by bolstering national capacity required to put in place the early warning system and the national action plan for prevention and mass atrocity protections of affected civilian and addressing the root cause of the atrocity. And my last point is about how Cambodia can help move forward with atrocity prevention in the context of Southeast Asia. In my view, the international community still struggles to prevent mass crime, as you have heard many people speak about this. In Southeast Asia, there still exists hotspots simmering with harsh situation of humanitarian crisis, which is a challenge that confronts state to come up with preventing of violence and conflicts. And these include the Deep South in Thailand, the troubled southern island of Mindanao, the Rohingya issues. You just have heard a lady who spoke about her own experience, the military coup in Myanmar, and the recent border clash between Cambodia and Thailand. There's reports say there's about 3,000 people have been killed by the incident, but in my view, more, much more. Both sides incur quite a bit of loss. ASEAN does not have a robust mass crime prevention mechanism in place, and then partly because the R2P have not been configured properly in the ASEAN language, and I think Dr. Noel Morada have spoken quite eloquently. So in my view, going forward, Cambodia is in a sweet spot to promote R2P. One of the things that Cambodia could do is to encourage everyone else to sign the Rome Treaty. Cambodia, I think in my knowledge, the only country that signed Rome Treaty. I think Malaysia also signed. The Philippines signed, but they retracted. That's why now the Teitt is with the ICC. So he canceled it, he retracted. And not only the Rome Treaty, any other treaty, including small arm, light weapon proliferation, ban on weapon of mass destruction, and cluster bomb, and the ban of recruitment of child labor. I think these conventions are very important to help protect mass crime from occurring. The country should also enact counter domestic law that is complementary to the Rome Treaty. Many countries have not yet, they have their own domestic law. Cambodia can help because we have quite a bit of experience. And mainstreaming R2P action plan among the ASEAN frameworks such as ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission for Human Rights, the ASEAN Commission for the Protection and Promotions of the Rights of Women and Children, and the ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation, including the Women and Peace Security. So I think, let me simply conclude that as we gather here in Seoul today, 20 years now has passed with regard to the R2P norm. I would like to strongly recommend to my good friend, Mr. Bada to have a resolution. Everybody here needs to sign, in my view, a resolution calling the world not to have any more mass crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now it is my pleasure to call on Mr. Kang-jin, who at present is the judge for the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia. He has previously served as a judge at the High Court of Korea and has also served as a special commissioner of the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kang-jin, and actually I'm active judge in Korea in Seoul High Court, and I have served for almost 7 years in Cambodia as a ECCC so-called Khmer Rouge Tribunal, and I'm really honored and privileged to be here, and thank you for having me and giving me the chance to share my experience in Cambodia. I'm very happy to see Cambodian people again here next to me. This is a really lovely country and with nice people. And actually, I know my disadvantage as a last speaker in this long session, so I try to squeeze my presentation and giving you to ask questions to all of these panels. So maybe I can limit my presentation like less than 10 minutes, I promise. And I haven't realized that I can give my presentation in English, so I wrote it in Korean, so please excuse me, I start with Korean.
From 2015 to 2021, I served as international judge on the ECCC pre-trial chamber. And it began in 2006 and it was concluded in 2023. I was engaged in the final trial before the closing of the ECCC. As you know very well, ECCC is a hybrid international domestic tribunal. So there is a code naming to every co-prosecutors, co-judges, and co-lawyers. And the term co represents the hybrid nature of the ECCC, which means that Cambodian and international lawyers join hands together to engage in the various proceedings. The ambassador has not mentioned this in detail, but it required a lot of rigorous procedure in establishing the ECCC. And the Cambodian government has called for the sovereignty and respect for the domestic jurisdiction. And at the United Nations, they emphasized that international standards and fairness will be upheld by establishing an international court. And it was a standstill which went on for quite some time. So it's basically about where this the tribunal will be set up. The United Nations favored for a location outside Cambodia, such like Singapore, while the Cambodian government has strongly opted for the establishment of the tribunal within the Cambodian territory. And in Cambodia, I'm not sure if he's a prime minister still today, but then Prime Minister Hun Sen said that the tribunal should prosecute less than 10 people for reconciliation within the society. But the United Nations insisted that they could not limit the number of the convicted. And the negotiation had gone on for quite some time, and they were gradually resolved, ultimately through the resolution of the UN General Assembly, not the Legal Affairs Office of the United Nations. And for the ECCC, international judges worked very hard with the Cambodian judge to resolve the case. After lengthy debate and negotiations, we were not able to come to a conclusion. And therefore, someone from the United Nations at the New York headquarters arrived in Cambodia, and he raised an issue as to why we could not wrap up this case. And I gave an explanation, and he said that I don't think this is confidential anymore, but he just made a joke. He said that this is the precise reason I was against establishing the ECCC. I knew it. He said that I had it coming. And some commentator even said that this ECCC is like a ship that sailed without a destination marked at the beginning. But as the ambassador rightly mentioned, there's a question as to whether this is a failed model or whether this is like a one-off project. I strongly disagree to such point of view. First of all, and more than 3,000, I think some 3,900 victims participated directly in the proceedings, and they participated as parties. We listened attentively to the statements made by the victims, and we archive them in our digital archive. And we have more than 200 pages of transcripts made from those recordings. I think this is quite an achievement, something that can hardly be neglected. But we had gone through so much hardships. First of all, this tribunal was located in Cambodia. And because of that, it was greatly influenced by political situation, changes in the political situation, the funding situation within Cambodia. So we constantly received the indirect input that we were quite done with this, and we were welcome to leave. But the international judges were quite determined to bring justice to the perpetrators. And after 15 years of efforts, we were able to conclude the works of the tribunal. I think it's in the PP presentation material of the ambassador, and it is because of the supermajority rule that we were able to come to a conclusion. If there is no supermajority, then the conclusion should be drawn in the way that the Cambodian government desired. But this is what we agreed upon in the initial stage, and because of that, the ECCC was established, and we're not able to overcome these limitations, and therefore we ended up not prosecuting the perpetrator that we had brought to the court. And this actually is someone said that it leads to widening the impunity gap. And it spent about $300 million for the 15 years. And some even said that if we split this money evenly to all the victims, it would have compensated far more than we could have. And they challenge us, saying that what we have done is quite modest compared to what we can do to the victims by distributing it directly to them. And we talk about the three pillars to the R2P. When we set up the tribunal, we think about the structural prevention. CIPSS's achievement is in that we enable that. No one can deny the atrocities committed by Khmer Rouge. We have it in writing. And even if someone is a state leader, he will be held accountable for his atrocities. This is a precedent that we have set up at the ECCC. And as a remainder, we still have the ECCC remaining to perform certain duties, and I think this organization is like a basic mechanism, foundation mechanism to make sure that the history will not be repeated in Myanmar. As Dr. Ambassador Lee mentioned, the fact that it has been committed, the atrocities committed in Cambodia, and that tribunal was established in Cambodia to bring justice, I think this is a huge structural prevention role that ECCC plays within Cambodia. Ambassador also talked about the ASEAN. There was this ASEAN perspective was also denoted in the presentation by Ambassador Lee, but I'd like to talk about the implications to the North Korean society as I bring my presentation to a close. Whether referring to the ICC would be the best option, it is desirable. It would be good if it happened, but it's not quite likely that we will be able to refer the case to the ICC. Even if we succeed in referring the case to the ICC, we cannot be fully assured that trials will proceed in a timely manner. And as Ambassador Lee mentioned, there is also the voting power exercised by two major powers, such as China and Russia. When it comes to North Korean issue, with regarding tribunals that can be established against atrocity committed by North Korea, certain countries are quite likely to object, and the ECCC case is a precedent that shows that such objection may occur. So we were there to come to a compromise, which led to not fully satisfactory results. So we, at least what we could do was come up with a tribunal that could be agreed upon by China and Russia as well. In Asia, we do not have a shared culture or shared set of values. Within Asia, that's quite noticeable. But in Asia, we are able to agree upon establishing a tribunal. I think the implications of having succeeded on that should be fully reflected in what we do in North Korea in the future. From my personal experience, I'd also like to say that we are trying to document everything. I think these efforts are very important. ECCC used three official languages. First, Khmer language, second, English language, and third, French language. And I read all the court documents in French or English. I sometimes found that the expressions, statements in the English and the French languages could be contradicting. When that happens, I had to pull up the digital evidence or pull up the original document to verify the fact. So this is a very important lesson we have drawn from there. And if many the victims have died already, it's quite natural that attorneys, defending attorneys, would come to challenge the evidence. So how we secure the evidence will determine the outcome of a trial. That's what I felt in having been in the chamber of many trials. And also we talk about many institutions. Setting up an institution per se is not that important. More importantly, we have to look at the civil society and the support we get from the citizens within that community. Of course, international organizations such as United Nations play a very important role, but we have to think about all the victims that fill up the courtroom as the audience. I could really feel the strong sense of support coming from Cambodians. And I met with the students and I met with the lawyers in Cambodia. And I was able to see that this was a great learning experience for them. So this was a learning experience site for the Cambodians. I think this kind of legacy should be carried on in the future. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for keeping your presentations shorter than you were allotted. We heard different views from the ASEAN region, from Myanmar and from Cambodia. I'm not going to summarize because we've heard too many really heartfelt stories, and it wouldn't be possible for me to summarize. I will now leave the floor to open for questions. Any questions? Yes, Sarah.
Sorry, I have a question for Winn and Yang-Hee about the proposed or the upcoming elections in Myanmar, of strategies for prevention around them and ways of I was struck by your Yang-Hee, your three cut the funds, cut the money, and impunity, and it seems like in the third measure. The elections are a way to legitimize the existing regime, and I wonder if you could speak to some of the strategies that you would recommend around that.
Yes, thank you. Shunda election, we call the sham election. So this election, the Shunda got really held. But we know that we are a revolution that continues after election. So this election is not change the country. We are Myanmar community, democracy and humanity. So we are continuous revolution. And then we know that after election, very difficult and deeply crisis and political crisis. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Teitt. As a matter of fact, ZACM will be launching our report in the next couple days, and in Bangkok we'll be having a launch of how we evaluate the upcoming sham elections. Our methodology is very strict, and we hope to follow that up with an in-depth analysis. But the recommendations that we have so far is that the international community must not engage with the junta anymore. And there's been a household visit for a voter listing, and we know that people who have been dead for years are back on the list, and people that don't reside in Myanmar are on the list. The junta can only have elections in the areas that they control, and they don't control the entire Myanmar. And so there'll be more airstrikes leading up to the election. There's going to be intense violence leading up to the elections and post-elections. And the junta has said that they'll be carrying out elections in 3 phases. So the whole country will be decimated by the end of the elections. And as Winn said, that the people, when we've interviewed the major stakeholders, the EROs, the civil society, CRPH, and UCC, and all of them say that we're not giving up. The resistance will continue, and it's the first time in the history of 70 years of independent Myanmar that the people have all united together. The Bamans and the non-Bamans have reunited and allied against the military. Thank you.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to the question about the elections, I think the next battleground will be in the UN General Assembly after the election. I'm reminded of the unified position of ASEAN during the Cambodian conflict, where they actually supported the government in exile to oppose the seat to be given to the Vietnamese installed government in Cambodia. So my question now is, what is the strategy with regard to after the election results? Because I'm afraid that Russia and China will also block the current seat being taken by the NLD appointed ambassador.
Yes, that's the major concern. The General Assembly, the next General Assembly will be after the elections. And right now, the seat has been taken with the current ambassador. But after that, that's going to be very difficult for him to continue. And every year we struggle with the credentials committee to keep that post. In Geneva, UN is the one entity, but what happens in New York always stays in New York. And in Geneva, they don't recognize the NUG representative. The ambassador, the PR, is the junta PR. So you're right, Ujo Moton will not, possibly will not. And currently yesterday, there was a new law passed by the US administration that the temporary, TPS, temporary protection security, is lifted for all Burmans. So we don't know what implication that will mean immediately taking effect. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to share my view because Myanmar crisis is also, I do a lot of research on it. I still have a lot of friends, some of my friends still under house arrest. Noel raised a very pertinent question, particularly within the legitimacy of the crisis when the junta staged the coup. It has always been a legitimacy issues. The 5-point consensus, the chair ladies from Korea have spoken eloquently already. It's not, cannot be operational at the moment. This is against the wish of ASEAN. ASEAN coined the 5-point consensus. But at the moment, ASEAN also have, Cambodia is a member of ASEAN, so I can speak relatively with confidence that ASEAN at the moment know that the 5-point consensus cannot be operationalized and really worry about these elections, because my friend in Myanmar, every 2 weeks I on the phone to the local people, I have no friend with the junta. They told me that the balance of force on the ground, and maybe our friend from Myanmar can verify whether I speak correctly. At the moment, what my friend inside Myanmar told me is that the Burmese people, the Myanmar people taking the matter themselves. They don't trust ASEAN, they don't trust the UN. So irrespective of what you say about the election, you hear the representative, they say it's a sham election. So ASEAN at the moment is thinking very seriously about what to do with this election, particularly who's going to send observer, because election have to be credible and can only be credible if you have a credible observer. So first is a legitimacy, and the seat at the UN you refer to. I have a friend in Myanmar also say, why don't Cambodia help internationalize the issues, like in the Cambodian case when Vietnam invade? That's a different story, I told him, because a foreign country invade a sovereignty of another country, but in your country it is your own people. The Burmese junta sees the regime change through military force. Very difficult to internationalize. So if you don't internationalize, the UN won't make a move. So how to internationalize? The voice inside is hardly heard. Fortunately, the organizer bring people from Myanmar. it is very difficult in my view to make any sense to it. At the moment, inside the Myanmar, inside the country, the rapport de force, the ethnic fighting, the regime is getting more strength according to what I know, so you don't really know. The worry is that for ASEAN is that if those states were able to liberate themselves, they want to become independent, they don't want to be under the junta, the union of Myanmar may break up into 10 different countries. So what ASEAN would do, that's a problem. And ASEAN now, we only do soft sanction. We don't recognize political figure, but we, we don't do beyond that. We have not suspended, the membership of ASEAN yet. So it's very difficult. And then you raise a good point. What is the position of China? What even Russia? You have to, Russia also, and India as well, if I may add. Very important to these issues. Sorry, I stop here.
Fine. So with that, I would like to bring this session to a close. A big round of applause for all our speakers. And that was a fantastic and a very rich session. And let's move on to the next one. Thank you, everyone.
네, 감사합니다. 지금부터 커피 브레이크를 하겠습니다. 커피 휴식을 하고 4시.
And now we move on to a coffee break. We ask you to be back to your seats at 4 o'clock so we can begin the final session, session 4.
Contributions. I would like to give a special thank you to Fatima Ishak for sharing her very personal story with us. It was truly moving. We will now take a short coffee break for everyone to refresh themselves before we will hold the last session of today. We will resume our conference at 4 p.m.
이 박사님하고 이렇게 두 명하고 그다음에 송 박사인데 저기 그 한 분은 저분은 좀 온라인으로 못 와가지고 또 요분은 뭐 저기 고려대학교 연구교수라는데 네팔 출신 것 같은데 아직 도착을 안 했는데 어떻게 될지 모르겠어요.
그래서 박 교수님
네.
시간 엄수가 굉장히
예.
여기 아주 시간도
네네 그럼요.
Everyone, please find your seats.
15분 정도로 잘 하고 질의응답 있으면 언어는 그냥 편한 대로 하셔도 돼요. 여기 잘 돼 있으니까.
감기 같은 게 있어가지고 못 와서 온라인으로
아이고 그러면 순서는 그대로 하고
예. 먼저 두 분을 하시고
그러면은 저기 유 박사님 한 다음에 송 박사 해야겠네.
Everyone, please take a seat. We will continue with our next session. We hope you all enjoyed your coffee break and are ready to continue. Our last session of the day is under the topic of expanding R2P, AI, climate crisis and refugees. This session will be moderated by Professor Park Heung-Soon. Please, the floor is yours.
네, 감사합니다. 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Park Heung-soo, and I will be moderating session 4 today. And since we have quite fabulous interpretation service being provided, I would like to mix the use of two languages, Korean and English, as we proceed today. At session 4, we will deal with the concept of expanding R2P. We had gone through the R2P in various aspects in the morning on how we should expand R2P. We would like to expand the discourse today through session 4. In the morning, you have heard from the 8th UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and he walked us through the evolution of R2P, its inception, the progress, and also his personal experiences. He also talked about his commitment to lead further progress to be made on R2P. And through various Korean and domestic and overseas experts, we were briefed with the case studies on overseas experiences on how R2P has been applied, its success stories, and the limitations it faced, the challenges it must overcome in the future. In session 4, as an extension, although the R2P has not been firmly established as international law, we find that when it comes to various human rights issues and other international issues, R2P can be applied to promote resolution of some of the problems that we face.
Park, I'm very pleased to serve as a moderator for this session with the distinguished speakers. We have 2 Korean speakers and 2 speakers from abroad. Unfortunately, they are not able to attend in person, so they will be participating online later on. As you heard throughout the whole day, this topic is very important and emerging international norm and appreciated by international community as a whole. At the same time, it has its own limitations and constraints by global politics and its own logic and internal problems. So I think that this occasion serves as a great opportunity. We reflect ourselves how to deal with, have dealt with these issues and how to deal with in the future. So I believe this is a great chance for us to gather our commitment and momentum to look forward to develop this important international norm in international society, as well as for promoting awareness and recognition of the Korean public. In that regard, I really grateful to the organizers of this international seminar, including President Kim Tae-Hoon and Secretary General Bada and others, because as a scholar and professor in this country, I don't see that many opportunity to get along with the other people interested in this very important topic. It's an unfortunate thing. In ordinary times, we don't have that much time to discuss or research on this one on a continuing basis. So I believe that today's conferences at this time serves as a very important momentum for us to reawaken our momentum and think for the future. So without further ado, I'd like to go forward with the main session. There is some basic guideline I'd like to introduce for operating this session. Each presenter has basically about 15 minutes. Okay? You cannot go beyond 20 minutes. So I will very strict on imposing these time limits. So I appreciate any kind of help for limiting this time constraint, considering the whole day. We are very much preoccupied with this important, but at the same time very I should not say that making us so tired, but I believe that this is a very long day for most of us. So I'd like to invite Dr. Joon-Koo. If I may mention about his background, Dr. Joon-Koo is a PhD in international law, and he used to be professor at IFANS, Institute for Foreign Affairs, National Security, under the Foreign Ministry. But now he's Director of Research on International Security at the Sejong Institute, the famous the Korean think tank. So I'd like to invite him because he is the most authority in Korea, leading Korean delegation to UN conferences these days on AI governance. As you may know, that this is a hot topic. So we are interested in hearing his experiences, his views on what's going on, international negotiation on AI, and how this important topic is related to human rights and R2P. Yours.
Thank you, moderator. Let me comment by thanking the organizer, in particular Professor Park, to having me here in this meaningful conferences, and I quite lay person in the R2P issue, but having background in international law. So I briefly touch upon the current pending issue in AI, and then how we're going to bridge the AI technology relating to the human rights and R2P issue. I think I better speak in Korean for the Korean audience.
Once again, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to the organizers as well as Professor Park for the invitation. So with regard to R2P, I am a layperson. I cannot call myself an expert, but when it comes to AI and the human rights impact that AI has, also on IHL, and also on R2P. What kind of implications does AI have would be the core essence of my presentation. So, first off, AI has been the buzzword, and in various military, security, and especially when it comes to armed conflict, AI has been mentioned quite frequently. So when we refer to AI, there are some key points that we do need to take into account. We need to understand the impact it has, the implication, and we also have what we call emerging disruptive technology. So this EDT, such technology, what kind of impact would that have on defense and security perspectives? So there are various forecasts and prospects on this, and I think that it's noteworthy to understand what kind of perspective would be most desirable. Another focal point has to do with the risks and threats and vulnerability of AI technology in the context of national and international security. And within this AI framework, the fact that we don't have global governance of AI is the task at hand. So what should we do about this? Typically, there are basically three issues when it comes to the overall framework. If we think about AI, it's a technology of convergence, and there's also a cognition gap among stakeholders, a huge cognition gap, and depending on the gap, when AI is applied, and when some meaningful control is to be done, there can be an imbalance when it comes to coherence. So then, law and policy considerations to protect human rights. What should we take into account, especially when technology is in play? So the issue of convergence is that AI and scientific technology, or science and technology, does have an impact on security. It has a major impact, and there is that interplay, and we see that the time gap is also narrowing. And if you think about AI in itself, it has various general purposes that it plays. So even in the phase of pre-design, it can split out between commercial and military, and sometimes both. So there are various development efforts where it targets actually both, because it's basically general purpose. But if you think about convergence, We of course have to think about its interplay with economy and security, but we also have to think about its interplay with other technology. There's also AI-driven cyberflation, and there's also other linkages with new technologies, which we need to take into consideration. So physical AI and the killer robot, for instance, or robotics, digital twin technologies that can apply. This basically is about ushering in all different types of technologies into one. It converges all together. So how should this be regulated, and how will we be able to promote human rights in this journey is a challenge. It's a very difficult task to address. So if we think about AI in the defense and security context, it's already being used quite extensively, and in international humanitarian law, IHL and R2P, we do see AI being integrated into weapon systems, whether it be in the form of drones or killer robots. And this is leading to a number of threats and challenges. And of course, that in itself is important, but then there are also cases where AI is integrated into non-weapon systems. We have these AI-driven non-weapon systems that can actually lead to extensive civilian casualties. According to the stats in 2023, during an armed conflict, 72% of casualties were civilian casualties. So if we think about modern warfare, civilian casualty, injuries, and also extensive infringement of human rights may take place due to EDT or emerging technologies. So against this backdrop, in the security context, AI, when it comes to jobs or the economy, some say that it will threaten our jobs, our employment, that we will be replaced. And there's also that threat of manipulation. So if we take this with the R2P lens, it could be that specific groups or for specific communities, there may be some malicious information manipulation and some brainwashing that may have an impact. It may not be direct, but indirectly, we believe that it may lead to R2P violation or any other humanity violations or war crimes. There is that possibility out there. And in the security context, we can see that these are some of the repercussions that we may witness. So then, what kind of specific AI-related threats do exist? So what's most significant is, if you think about cyber and R2P, there were discussions initially on how the two can interconnect. So then, if we think about it, there could be information from abroad or propaganda, and then this may lead to significant and extensive human rights violation. So that context exists. So information manipulation is an important pillar that we need to take into account when we consider threats. And then the second has to do with non-state actors. We're seeing the empowerment of non-state actors. If we have drones and AI technology that is being executed, then we have proxies or non-state actors where they can get a hold of this technology and the acquisition of technologies. Well, we see these days that drones are actually being used in the household as well. So considering all that, it's true that it may lead to further casualties of civilians or violation of human rights. And the third point to consider has to do with the fact that AI has a huge imbalance between offense and defense. So if you think about technological development, 90% would be on the offense side, and because of that, when AI is being used and when AI technology is being used, we may be seeing a very offensive security threat emerge. So that's one point to note. And another point that I'd like to mention has to do with the capacity of AI monitoring system. So what this means for the counterparty is that a preemptive strike and that, let's say, temptation to engage in a preemptive strike may also emerge and increase, which will, of course, be a threat. And then this development of Gen AI, how far will it go? So in the commercial world, AI, if it's a huge threat, it's restricted. If it's tolerable, well, it's to be limited. So basically, there's a risk-based approach, but in the military context, it's quite different from the commercial context. Rather than a risk-based approach, it's more so has to do with a human control approach. So what this implies is that if there's a military operation within that weapon system, if human has no control over, it would be strictly prohibited. If so, up to a certain extent, limited use. So what this implies is that the existing weaponry system, if it leads to needless, let's say, casualties, it would be prohibited. And if it's depending on the proportionate aspect, if there is a control or regulation type of system, if it can be controlled by humanity, well, depending on that, it would be dealt with differently. And if we recall, when the Gulf War ended, there was this discourse. So in the case of these refined directed weapons, would this actually lead to a massacre or not? So would it be beneficial or would it harm humanity? There was this type of discourse because by utilizing such weaponry, it may, of course, increase the accuracy towards your target. But then this precision-guided munition sometimes can be noted as being more offensive and more aggressive, and it may lead to a major attack, which may lead to increased civilian casualties. So there was this discourse, this controversy over precision-guided munition, and I think that's the same case for AI. So how is AI used? And depending on that, the impact it will have on IHL or R2P would be different. It could be beneficial or it may harm. But these security threats, considering all that, if we do see more of an advanced type of AI technology on the rise, it may be quite risky. So what you see here here has to do with various regulations or governance on AI, and it's quite broad. Within the UN system, there are discussions underway, and there are also discussions outside the UN system, and also cases where discussions are divided up into commercial and military. But at the end of the day, within the security context, we do have UN's first committee that will be at the forefront to mainstream AI. And what you see here is in this R2P debate during the World Summit, 3 pillars were announced. And here we can see that in the case of AI, the second pillar, which is on the international community to assist states in protecting their own populations from atrocity crimes. If AI can be utilized in a positive fashion, it can be beneficial. But then again, if it's not used in a positive fashion, then if so, via non-state actors and proxy, such AI acts or AI-induced acts may lead to massive casualties of civilians. So it's actually both sides of the coin. So regarding AI technology, of course, we will have to enhance our capabilities from within, but these emerging technologies under this concept of technology protecting civilians. I think that we need further discussions and we need further international collaboration going forward. And I do believe that this is an area that indeed deserves our attention. And when we do engage in national and international cooperation, we have to understand that there could be data issues. Let's say that if the data is biased against a particular gender or ethnicity or group, that could be very misleading. And therefore, verifying misleading information is also something that we do need to strictly take into account. And at the end of the day, it's important to make sure that we strengthen and expand our consensus towards such aggression and to alert on unusual practices on SNS or social media in the ICT and AI context. It's also important to make sure that we need to be on our toes when it comes to unusual practices that we see on social media. And it's important, once again, to make sure that such technology is utilized in order to raise transparency of what we have. And what we want to do ultimately is to harness technologies where we can actually reduce aggression. And in that aspect, we would have to engage in quality management to make sure that it's beneficial for humanity. Thank you very much.
예, 시간 잘 지켜주셨고.
Well, thank you for keeping the time constraints. This is indeed a very difficult topic, and this is still evolving as we speak. And as we enter the so-called AI era, we have high expectations for the technology per se, and we also are quite fearful about the world that the AI may bring. It may affect our everyday lives, and it may also affect the way that the international community evolves. So there are a lot of expectations and fear developing along with the development advances in AI technology. How should we, against this backdrop, control the important issues? As there could be like various norms that we discuss, various principles that we discuss on regulating the AI era. And Dr. Lee Yoon was not able to go through everything, but there is a lot of discussions going on already. Just like we have lengthy discussions over the advanced nations and the developing nations and the so-called Western and non-Western countries, there is a conflict in terms of how they view the R2P. Likewise, there is such a debate going on over how the AI should be regulated in the future. Having listened to Dr. Yoon-Koo's presentation, I felt that what should happen to those of us who are interested in advancing human rights? How should AI be regulated, just like the way that R2P is regulated? A human sovereignty-centered international society is the way for the future. So how should we regulate AI in this regard? I think this is a topic that we should continue to study and discuss. I think the implications that we draw from this presentation is that there are many benefits that AI brings, but there are some issues associated with advances of the AI. In the future, it should also be used to further advance the human rights and justice, just the way that the R2P is designed to promote them. Thank you.
Second speaker is Professor Yung-Hoon. He's a professor at the Kangwon National University in Korea. He is the authority and distinguished scholar on refugee issues. So Dr. Song has been very active in home and abroad in doing research as well as developing policy suggestion for the Korean government and for the United Nations organizations. So I will invite Professor Song. If you want, you can go over there.
Now, thank you, Professor Park, for your kind introduction. My name is Yung-Hoon Song, Professor of Political Science and Director of Gangwon Institute for Unification Studies at Gangwon National University. And also, I lead the Global Refugee Crisis Research Group, a multi-year research initiative that examines forced migration and humanitarian governance. And my academic and field research focus on the refugee protection and forced migration, and especially I kind of conduct field research on the refugee camp, such as Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh. At this point, I would like to continue my presentation in Korean, if I may, especially for my Korean audiences. 예, 오늘
Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that I was invited to speak before the audience here today because I have the capacity of having conducted research through field visits at the refugee camps and the research capacity to combine that to the concepts of the R2P. Rohingya, the refugee camp, is the camp that I visited last year, and I had thought about the ways of improving the life quality of the refugees in that camp. Many of you are aware already, but the forced migration is not a humanitarian situation, a temporary humanitarian situation. If a refugee camp is established, they tend to operate for about 30 years. And we have no idea when the refugee camps will be closed down. When the refugee camp is established, we suddenly developed this idea that there will be international cooperation to come to the resolution of the issue, but nothing tends to happen there. At the Cox's Bazar, 700,000 people gathered at the refugee camp. Given the economic capacity of Bangladesh and the neighboring countries, the international community soon realized that the quality of the life of the refugees will not be maintained without international support. So international support was provided. So 7 years, 8 years have passed already. The refugee camp is still there, and the size has grown actually. As of 2022, more refugees joined the camp, and now it houses more than 1 million people. Now, we have to also note that these refugees are not allowed to leave the refugee camps. I visited many different refugee camps, those in Africa and also here in Bangladesh. But my fellow colleagues who choose to accompany me are quite surprised to see the situation at the refugee camps. They ask me what the dreams of these refugee children would be. I encourage them to ask the question directly. And the children said that they want to be a teacher, they want to be a doctor or a lawyer. They're just the same. But what happens is that even if when they reach the age of 20, after their primary education is finished, they're not able to leave the camp, so they can never receive the education required to become what they want to be. What does that mean? Does that mean that we should discourage the children from dreaming about the future? That shouldn't happen. We should encourage them to have their dreams. If they cannot realize their dreams, then what's the point of encouraging them to have a dream? Should we do nothing then? That's not the case. Even if there's no place, no hope, we should try to plant the seeds for hope. That's what should happen in refugee camps. So it is my strong desire that more people will show interest in the life and the plight conditions of the refugees at the camp. Today, I'd like to talk about the R2P and the refugee camp. I think this is a very difficult topic. In the international order, the sovereignty principle is very important. Non-intervention is also very important. R2P should be applied primarily, the responsibility to protection lies with the host government. And if the central government does not uphold its responsibility to protect, what should happen? There is a political debate over what should be done at the time. Now, I would like to proceed with my presentation. The first part has to do with the principle of R2P and the mechanism for protection of the refugees. I think these are two different things. The two different things aspire to protect the people from extreme deprivation of the human rights situation. But I think those two things have developed on evolved on separate institutions and intellectual trajectories. The R2P doctrine was formalized at the 2005 UN World Summit. It's to redefine sovereignty as a form of responsibility. Refugee protection was codified in the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees and its 67th protocol. It enshrines the obligation of states to offer asylum and prohibit refoulement. Despite the moral affinity, the two frameworks diverge in logical mandate and mechanism the aspects. R2P is fundamentally preventive, and the state is the primary responsibility holder, and the international community should respond collectively when the states fail. But refugee protection, conversely, is reactive and person-centered. And also, refugee is protection is for protection of people who escaped already, who fled already. One is articulated in the language of security and collective responsibility, and the other is in the vocabulary of rights and humanitarianism. R2P is to make sure that crisis does not become a catastrophe, but refugee regime begins after catastrophe has already occurred. So one is ex ante, and the other is ex post. But refugees are displaced by the atrocities that R2P was meant to prevent. So people tend to be forgotten. The refugees tend to be forgotten between the two mechanisms. And now I'd like to talk about my experiences at the refugee camps. In the Rohingya refugee camp in the Bangladesh, from the Bangladesh government's point of view, they are not people to take firm roots within the Bangladesh society. That is why at the refugee camp, they can only set up the temporary structures. There are sometimes the concrete cement buildings, but that's for the Bangladesh citizens. The Rohingyas are people who are to return inevitably to their homeland, and therefore, at the Bangladesh and the foreign ministry, the minister of foreign ministries at the Bangladesh and Myanmar, they hold regular meetings. I looked up the meeting minutes, and this is what they would say. The foreign minister of the Bangladesh would say at the Fox Bazaar, the Rohingya people who are from Myanmar should be brought back to Myanmar. The foreign minister desires that should happen in the future, and measures should be taken accordingly. And the Myanmar's foreign minister would respond. He would say that the Rohingyas who used to reside in the Burma, Myanmar, thank you for protecting them. We'll try to make sure that problems are resolved as soon as possible. And it's the people who reside in the Myanmar. That's what they'd say. They wouldn't say it's the Myanmar people. If for the refugee to function properly, I think it should be noted that the Bangladesh government should not use iron fences to divide, segregate the refugee camp if R2P is to be properly applied. But I think it is because of the territorial division as well as a sovereignty issue, the refugee people tend to be disregarded within these normative concepts. Have there been efforts to integrate the problem together? I think there have been efforts. Many researchers related to the policy would say that it may not be just the political persecution, the government failures, or civil wars, or the racial, the racial discrimination acts may lead to displacements of the people, and the people who have been displaced should be applied with the R2P principle. I think these are the allegations or these assertions are made by the Professor Alex of the Oxford University. I tend to agree with this point of view, but there are also criticisms. People engaged in the international law would say that if it's the concept of the refugees are used in a very expansionary manner, people who have the legal status of the refugees, these people should receive less of support. It is because when it comes to humanitarian assistance, we don't have sufficient funds. So if the concept is to be expanded, then we run the risk of not being able to provide adequate support to the refugees who have the legal status, who fit the legal descriptions. And of course, the legal aspects matters significantly, but I think from social science point of view, there should be a certain group of people who should be regarded as refugees. Now, when it comes to R2P, many people talk about three different policies. In consideration of the three pillars, how should we connect the R2P and the refugee nexus? First is to prevent the atrocities. And if you think about the prevention of displacement connected together, if we are to prevent large-scale displacement, and that could be a way. This is another example we can draw from Kenya. I think after the presidential election, there was a massive genocide. I interviewed people. I visited Kenya and interviewed the people, and I believe that this could also be a problem. Because if there's like political instability, when there's like a military the exercise going on, if we try to work on preventing displacement, wouldn't that mean that we may not be fully assuring the humanitarian rights of these people? The second point is about implementing R2P. I think the respecting R2P means that we embrace the refugees, help them settle. But who choose to embrace the refugees? It's not the advanced economies. Middle to low-income countries tend to receive most of the refugees. And the number of the countries that they tend to receive the largest number of refugees tend to be in close proximity to the country that the refugees flee from. Many people talk about the United Kingdom or the Western European countries that accept, that embrace the refugees. Not too much, given the size of their economies. The size is quite modest. The largest number of refugees are being accepted, embraced by the adjacent countries. And the burden is borne by these countries, and that is why we provide support to the refugee camps. And these camps tend to be like 3 decades, 4 decades old these days, which means that there are children who grew up from within the camp, because people tend to meet, marry, and have children. So these children are born into the refugee camps, become adults. I've interviewed the adults that they don't want to return to Myanmar. They rather choose to find work and settle in the Myanmar, in Bangladesh. So to think that helping them return to their homelands is the most humanitarian thing, it may not be the case, because these people may not want to go back to their homelands. They may want to find work and settle in the country where the refugee camp is located. Best if they can return, but if not, they would want to return, settle in that society. And the third point has to do with the issue of survival. And there's this segment about the support from the international community in the R2P. It's not the individual assessment. People tend to move around into groups. So I think we should try to address this issue by looking at them as a collective group. I have presented my essay in Korean and English, so please refer to them at your free time. In the meantime, I'd like to say that going back to Professor Yang-Hee's presentation about Rohingya refugee camp status, I am dean at the university that I work for, so I was not able to attend the previous session at session 3. But she has mentioned of it, and in Germany, the Syrian camp was established. They accepted to take in the Syrian refugees. But it was not under the responsibility to rebuild. Women and youth have been, the women and youth have been embraced by the German government under the responsibility to rebuild the principle. They recognized the moral responsibility, but this was a one-off event. And I believe that if our efforts are going to continue in the future about helping the refugees resettle, and I think there should be more efforts made to link the two concepts together, R2P and the refugee. If they are combined together, that they are addressed in an integrated manner, they are rather exceptional or one-off cases. Many people assert that preventive measures are important in the R2P, but it has not been addressed. The rights issue has not been fully addressed in the discussions of the R2P in the Myanmar issue. This is my personal view. I don't believe there is limitations to the moral responsibility, but in terms of structure, our efforts are bound to fail because the legal legitimacy is must for R2P to succeed, and equal sharing of the burden is also necessary for the R2P to succeed. Then what should be done in the future? I cannot find the answers on my own. And many people say that the international community, they're looking at the island Kurdi's death. They try to cross the Mediterranean Sea. The boat people risk their lives. And the global compact on refugees or global compact on migration was proposed. People talked about setting up quotas so that people would accept certain quotas to accept the refugees. This was a commitment made, but no one actually fills up the quota. So let me conclude my presentation. In the 1990s at the UNHCR, Ogata Sagaka was the High Commissioner for the UNHCR, and she visited the conflict site and the refugee sites, and she published a book. It's called Turbulent Decade. And as she published the book, she has written at the end of the book and said she traveled the world for 10 years. She has seen with her own eyes, and she concludes that refugee crisis is a humanitarian crisis. But this humanitarian crisis cannot be resolved by the humanitarian initiatives alone. Strong political will is desired for us to completely overcome this crisis. If the refugee crisis, the humanitarian crisis, is responded with humanitarian responses, we won't be able to resolve it. It is important that the constituents of each society comes up with a strong political will to resolve the problem. The Chancellor Merkel has welcomed the refugees, but during the election phase, she had to avert from her trajectory. People talk about establishing the R2P nexus. Even if we come up with a consensus, I think it's most important that the political leaders continue, show their strong commitment. This strong commitment, political will is a must for our efforts to succeed. I visited Bangladesh in July, and President Trump has cut off all the funds related to USAID activities. And because the fund has been cut off, all the other the funds that have been raised have been used to ensure survivability, which means all the learning centers have been closed down because it is not directly related to survivability. What will happen to the children? Children who have been educated are deprived of education, and the fund goes to bringing food to the table. So a single policy change brings a significant change to the living environment of the people. People have to go to a substandard level of living because of that. So to the audience here today, how can we connect all this R2P, the mechanisms? I think it's very important that we pay close attention to the everyday lives of the refugees. We should exert pressure to the politicians so that they should not just be worried about their support the polls, but continue to show more strong support to the bringing more better life for the refugees. I think that will also very important, the pressure that we exert to the politicians. Thank you very much. As you have listened, it's about the refugee issue, and Professor Tae-Hoon is world-renowned the figure when it comes to the research of the R2P issues, and he talked about how we should link the R2P to humanitarian situations in the international scene. And R2P has been discussed because there have been serious the atrocities and serious violations of the human rights and ensuing the refugee problems. And because of that, I think it's very important that we try to come up with this a good response, effective response. And it's not just at R2P. I believe that at a more broad level, this will be to promote, bring peace to the international community by upholding the dignity of the people. This is going to be a very important norm that we should uphold. So developing the norm means that it's going to be a very huge undertaking, challenging undertaking. And how the international community will perceive this issue will be very important. That we should take lessons from what we've done and translate that into new policies, and then make sure that international laws that are binding would be established. And that should affect our path in the future. But the issue of the sovereignty stands as a very important priority. It's enshrined in the UN Charter. So we should overcome those challenges. So we understand the sovereignty issue is very important, but human sovereignty is also very important. And human security is also very important. And a lot of efforts should be made and are being made as we speak. In this, we should take a more expansionary approach in trying to address this issue. Thank you very much.
Now we invite two speakers. He's in Korea right now, right? Yes. Son Wang, research professor at the Korea University. So he will make a presentation on climate justice. So I will invite him to speak. You have 15 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me properly?
Yes, you go ahead.
All right. So hello and annyeonghaseyo. Thank you, Professor Park, for the kind moderation and the organizers for the flexibility to allow me to speak online. Thank you, Professor Heung-Soon, for your very interesting presentations. I have a bit of a flu.
You go ahead. We hear
Yeah,
you
so
well.
I'm duplicating with YouTube, so thank you. So my name is Sonam Wang, and I was born and raised in the remote Himalayan village in Bhutan, where I spent the first 10 years of my life helping my parents in agriculture. During those days, we had no television, recreational parks, or even electricity. Instead, my childhood world was the forest, my playground, my refuge, my classroom. Wildlife became my cartoon channel. Pristine mountain streams were the fountains from which I drank freely. Life was simple then, guided by a quiet but powerful principle of mutual respect, a balance between give and take. We took only what we needed, and in return, nature provided us with water, food, energy, shelter, and beauty. Those were the memories that shaped what I am today. They taught me respect, balance, humility, values that have guided me every step of my life, professionally journey. Yet, it pains me deeply to say this. The world that nurtured me no longer exists. Climate change has transformed the Himalayan landscape into one of the most fragile and rapidly changing environments on Earth. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, and participants, climate change is an overwhelming force, and so too are human rights. I do not claim mastery over either, but I do wish to use this opportunity to expose some of the cruel realities of climate change through the pieces of stories from my life experiences. My life's work has largely focused on understanding socio-ecological interactions, particularly under the influence of climate change in the high mountains of Asia, also known as the Third Pole. I'm not sure how many of you have heard the term Third Pole. This region consists of high mountain systems in Asia, mainly the Hindu Kush Himalayas, Altai, Tian Shan, and holds the largest reserve of fresh water besides North and South Pole. It supports over 2 million people directly and is one of the world's most critical socio-ecological hotspots. These high altitudes are home to some of the most vulnerable populations in the world, the migratory pastoralists, commonly known as nomads. Many of you may have seen them on televisions. They live at the very edge of the world in tents, made of yak fur or canvas, which offer very little protection against climate-induced disasters such as extreme cold or snowstorms. They lack access to electricity, clean drinking water, and sanitation. In freezing conditions, they burn livestock dung for heat and cooking. While they fall asleep to the warmth of the stove and the comfort of their evening meal, they wake up again by 3 a.m. in the morning as the biting cold returns. Families huddle around the fire stove, making beginning of another harsh day. In the middle of the storms, they must step outside in the freezing cold to go to the toilet and fetch water. Let's ask ourselves, how many of us could endure such a life by choice? Where is human dignity in this? And yet, they do not complain. They continue their daily lives with quiet resilience. But I know with certainty that climate change is tipping them beyond the edge. For instance, in 2024 alone, an extreme cold, locally known as Zoot in Mongolia, claimed the lives of over 8 million livestock in just 1 week. And livestock represents their sole source of food, income, and identity. To put this into perspective, the figure is nearly 10 times the human population of Bhutan, my own country. This is unacceptable loss. This is profoundly unjust, especially when these communities live almost carbon neutral lives. This is not it. Global warming is rapidly melting the mountains, disrupting the critical hydrological cycles and creating water scarcity in the world that is already drying up. At the same time, it unleashes monstrous floods, particularly glacier lake outburst floods, commonly known as bluffs, which destroy everything in their path from the mountains to the seas, forming natural dams and later collapsing that and creating even more devastating floods. For instance, in 1994, a Gulf claimed 21 lives and caused massive destruction of property and critical infrastructure that took years to build in Bhutan. Some may think 21 is a small number, but every life is a life. They were fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters. Those who lost them will carry lifelong scars of trauma and grief. This tragedy is repeated time and again across the mountain systems, devastating families and countries that are among the world's lowest carbon emitters. Bhutan itself is a carbon negative country. These waters eventually flow into the oceans, transforming yet into another catastrophe: coastal flooding, rising sea levels that swallow homes, farmlands, and entire villages, forcing families into migration. During my climate works in South Asia, I met families who fled the sinking Sundarbans of Dhaka, Bangladesh, carrying nothing but stories of horror, of storms, destruction, loss of loved ones. Yet their lives in the slums of Dhaka, where they now live in makeshift shelters of cardboard and plastic, cooking and washing with polluted drain water. They live in despair and no vision of a future. Experts predict that by 2050, 17% of Bangladesh could be underwater, forcing millions into displacement, poverty, and insecurity. This is not merely climate change. This is climate injustice. This is a human rights issue. And yet, we all know that these vulnerable populations, whether in the mountains or coastal zones, are not the primary drivers of global warming. It is high-emitting nations and high-consumption lifestyles that continue to shape the fate of low-emission communities. This is global injustice that lies at the heart of climate-induced suffering. Even developed nations are not spared. Here in Korea, we have witnessed severe climate-induced disasters in recent years: raging wildfires, devastating flash floods, and escalating economic losses and human casualties. This serves as a stark reminder that climate change will overwhelm even the most advanced societies, leaving us with only one viable path forward: taking responsibility and reducing our carbon emission. This is perfectly where responsibility to protect, R2P, comes in. While traditionally focused on armed conflicts and mass atrocities, today we must recognize a new form of suffering. Climate disasters are killing people, displacing millions, destroying livelihoods, destroying culture, widening inequalities, and destabilizing regions. If R2P is truly about protecting populations from grave harm, then climate change must fall within its moral and strategic framework. We cannot claim to protect humanity while ignoring climate disasters, destroy lives and dignity. So, what must we do? We can do a lot of things and talk about it forever, like business as usual. But let's pretend to walk the talk. So I would say, yes, government must act, institutions must act, but we must act as well. Responsibility is not only political, it is personal. This requires brutal honesty. I witnessed a striking contradiction, even in reputed institutions across the world, such as Harvard, where I studied. People who passionately advocate sustainability still take elevators to the second floor, despite being perfectly healthy. Yet, they are not the only ones. I see everyone doing the same every day. And I'm sure some of us in this room are equally to blame. We speak of carbon footprints, yet we heat classrooms so excessively in winter that students must shed layers of clothing, and cool them so harshly in summer that students wear jackets indoor. And yet, it's become second nature to us. We are burning the world. This may seem trivial, but they reveal a cancer. And we are not practicing what we preach. Climate responsibility does not begin at COP summits or global declarations. It begins at home. It begins at the thermostat. It begins in the stairwell. It begins with our own honesty and separate commitment to lifestyle change. When we demand accountability from nations and industries, we must also hold ourselves accountable, because moral leadership, like climate justice, cannot be outsourced. It must be lived. So, ladies and gentlemen, my life began in the mountains. My journey has taken me across valleys, plains, forests, and coastlines. And everywhere I go, I witness the same painful truth. I may sound pessimistic, but that is the truth. Those who have contributed least to climate change suffer the most. This is the defining injustice of our time. But it is also our defining opportunity to redefine protection, to unite science with policy, and to place compassion at the heart of global governance. I ask all of you, and through you, everyone you know, let us not fail the next generation. Let us not fail our children and grandchildren. Let us hand them a planet worthy of our love. Thank you, and peace with you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang. Certainly, we agree with your passionate appeal for pay attention to this important global issue, climate crisis. We agree that many innocent people in developing countries, especially victimized by this Western-oriented industrialization and modernization processes, especially consuming so much of this carbon-oriented fuels and petroleum and others. Certainly, that we witnessed this increasing number of natural disasters. The IPCC and others certainly confirm that something wrong with this whole Earth is going on. So this is going to be the immediate and very urgent issue for the global community. But unfortunately, Trump administration and many other countries now retract from their commitment to Paris Agreement and others. It's a very sad situation, but as a global citizen, we should pay more attention to and call for action, even though the COP30 in Brazil is said to be failure, but I believe the international community is still trying to do better in the future to overcome these disastrous issues. Okay, thank you very much. Then next speaker is the last one, but not the least. Is it connected? Okay, then okay, can you hear me? Dr. Romulo Navaraka?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for your participation to this meeting. I'm sorry that you cannot make it to Korea at this time. I heard that you got the flu or whatever. So I still believe that you can make a very good constructive contribution to our discussions. So we have your text and also your presentation today. So he is now Pacific Director for Asia Pacific Center for Responsibility to Protect. So I will invite him to speak 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your kind introduction, and to the panel, to the organizers this afternoon for your indulgence in allowing me to present to you today. My name is Romulo Nedalevu. I am from Fiji, but I'm currently based here in Australia. And as has been explained, I serve as the Pacific Director for the responsibility, for the Asia Pacific Center for the Responsibility to Protect. And my apologies that I was not able to join you in person in Korea, even though my bags were already packed. But unfortunately, I developed some sickness to my body, so that warranted me to stay on and focus on my recovery. But I am delighted that as I listen to the presentations this afternoon, to hear the diverse experience and knowledge in the room with regards to the issue that we are talking about, and I recognize the distinguished panel that I am part of this afternoon. I thank you for paving the way in terms of this conversation. My presentation will be significantly different, because as I hear the presenters, the esteemed presenters this afternoon, focusing on the broader work on AI and climate crisis and the refugee situation, particularly in Asia, I'm going to bring you a Pacific perspective. And you will see on your screen this afternoon 2 photos on presentation. The first one shows the Minister for, at the time, the Minister for Foreign Affairs for Tuvalu, presenting to COP 3 years ago from what used to be a landmass in his country. And you can see how the seawater has begun to eat into the land and continue to diminish the land size of already small nations. Tuvalu is one of the microstates in the world, and it is in the forefront.
Sorry, I missed your call. I was in the webinar, so couldn't take it. Yeah, go ahead.
Professor Wang, you are loud. We can hear you.
Tomorrow is Wednesday, right?
Sorry. And so what, and the second photo is Pacific Islanders who refuse to give in to the pace of the world in confronting climate change. And so as they continue the fight, my discussion today will look at some of the initiatives that the Pacific is taking in order to take the fight of climate change or the climate crisis, as well as a little bit on the issue of refugees, but definitely I will not be focusing on AI this afternoon, except to say, and I think it's important because as I put this picture of the Minister for Foreign Affairs, he is also leading his nation's efforts in terms of creating the world's first digital nation and moving the entire makeup of his nation into the metaverse. So whilst I am not privy to the details of this initiative by Minister Kofi, what I can share very briefly with us is that the Pacific is taking some drastic initiatives in order to address the issue of climate change, because we are in the forefront of the climate crisis. Almost every country in the Pacific is faced with the glaring reality of the rising Pacific Ocean that's coming and eating away at the landmass, at the food sources, and also at our livelihood. And so about 2 years ago, Pacific leaders declared that the Pacific is in a climate emergency, and that climate change remains the greatest existential threat to the 10 million people outside of Australia and New Zealand who call the Pacific Islands their home. And so what we see in terms of the global crisis, ladies and gentlemen, what we see in terms of the global crisis is that it is affecting Pacific nations in very different ways. In fact, a lot of our countries, this is now the cyclone season in the Pacific. And there is a prediction of about 4 cyclones hitting my country alone in Fiji. And within that, the category of the cyclone is predicted to be between 4 and 5, which we also know is one of the highest. And for other Pacific Island countries, the disaster from severe storms hitting the Pacific is profound, particularly because it impacts on GDP, it impacts on infrastructure, it impacts on livelihood. The first picture you may see on the slide is about 3 different cyclones coming into the Pacific in 2003 alone. And they were category 5 storms. Tropical Cyclone Kelvin, Tropical Cyclone Judy, as you can see from the weather map, that was coming from New Caledonia, hitting Vanuatu and Fiji. And what we continue to see in the context of severe storms in the Pacific is the damage that it has caused a lot of, in a lot of our countries. And the damage that can be compensated with money, obviously, is one part of that. But the more severe damage is the other things that cannot be compensated. The loss to traditional lands, the loss of customs and culture that continues to be part of the climate crisis in the Pacific. And because a lot of Pacific Island nations are very small nations, very small and weak economic base, it takes longer to recover. A lot of the countries that had suffered category 5 cyclones about 10 years ago are still trying to recover today. And this is where we see a lot of development assistance that's been coming in to try and assist Pacific Island governments in terms of their recovery efforts. But we also see that sea level rise is continuing to be a big issue for a lot of Pacific Island countries. And therefore, there have been conversations around the concept of entire nations moving from their landmass if the current trajectory of rising sea level continues at the pace that it is at. That's why you'll find a lot of the Pacific Island countries are demanding the 1.5 within the COP climate negotiations. But the conversations that's now happening for a few of the countries is, in the event that their nations get subsumed underwater, what will happen to their population? Fiji in particular, about 10 years ago, had offered land to the entire population of Kiribati, which is about 100,000 people, as well as the population of Tuvalu. And this year, the government has begun formal conversations with allocating land also to the population of Marshall Islands in the event that climate change subsumes their landmass. But also at the regional level, where the Pacific Islands Forum is the premier regional political body of the region, there has been conversations happening with regards to 2 very important issues. First of all, the Pacific Island leaders have endorsed the declaration of preserving maritime zones in the face of climate change and climate change related sea level rise. In other words, there is a recognition in the Pacific that every country's EEZ will continue to be recognized despite the impact of climate change. And secondly, the second declaration is the continuity of statehood, that even if Tuvalu sinks under the ocean, or Kiribati, or Fiji, the statehood that is recognized at the moment by the United Nations as a result of the deposit of instruments declaring a nation's territory will continue to be recognized even though the landmass no longer exists. So these are two very innovative and powerful norms that are developed in the Pacific that probably challenging the current status of international law. And what we see from that is that the Pacific Island countries are continuing the conversation on how to prepare our nations and our people in the event that sea level rise becomes an issue. We've also endorsed this year the Pacific's Ocean of Peace, and the reason why I put that there is because in the Pacific Way remains the biggest mechanism for resolving disputes. So whilst we look at the climate crisis and the disputes around it as lighting, the Pacific Way provides us an opportunity on how we care and look after one another in the region. Whilst the issue of climate refugee is not settled, while the issue of refugees as a result of climate changes is not yet in play, there is already conversations in the region on what that would look like in the event that nations begin to disappear from our region. However, the big question for us is, will that then trigger atrocity crimes? There might be, because we have to look at the crisis that might affect as a result of people moving. But I also believe that within Pacific cultures and value systems, that is part of our political discourses and regional diplomacy, there is enough to ensure that we look after one another in the event of a climate crisis. But then we also know that the Pacific is also not just sitting by waiting for these disasters to happen. There's also pushes that's happening, including in the area of ecocide. The push to amend the Rome Statutes of the International Criminal Court that has started from the Pacific and is supported by 6 countries to amend the Rome Statutes and include ecocide as the 5th crime in that particular Rome Statute. And the reason being is that for the Pacific, the other 4 international crimes might or may not never happen for us. I use that with a caveat, with a condition, because we've never seen any of those 4 atrocity crimes that in the Rome Statute. But we recognize the value of the Rome Statute. We recognize the value of the International Criminal Court. We recognize the value of these mechanisms. And that's why there's an ongoing discussions right now within the UN and a push from the Pacific to include ecocide as the 5th major crime in the Rome Statute. But as I'm mindful of my time limits, but what I would like now to show here, for example, is the other major initiative that came from the Pacific, and that is the recent advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. And the reason why I believe that this is important in terms of these conversations, expanding R2P and moving into the future, is that sometimes the biggest impact can start from small regions. What we find in the ICJ advisory opinion case is that it started from a classroom in the Pacific. It started from a group of law students in the Pacific that heard about the impact of were learning about international environment law and how these mechanisms exist but have not been exhausted or used. And so they pushed through the government of Vanuatu to initiate the process that led to the advisory opinion that was issued by the court in July. And what we also see that for the first time, all Pacific states were represented and made presentations to the ICJ on the impact of climate change to the nations of the Pacific. And I think this is a proud moment for the world because it shows that political movements, political changes can often start from very few dedicated groups of people that see the change that others might not. And so in the conversations that we're having this afternoon, it is important to note that even in this room, as you're listening to the presentations, that it can also be the platform in which greater work towards R2P will start or continue or ultimately end with the innovations that we are talking about today, using the platforms, including AI, to bring about more changes around the atrocity R2P conversations. And as I come to the end also of my presentation, I recognize that for us in the Pacific, climate change is of course a threat multiplier and poses a likelihood of atrocity risk in atrocity crime. And that's why our efforts are in the spaces of climate change. With regards to refugee, our efforts are also in beginning to implement our cultural values of looking after one another, our cultural values of sharing our food, our land, our resources with one another, and expanding that right across the Pacific. And so, Honorable Chair and members of my panel and distinguished representatives in the room this afternoon, I thought I could provide that perspective from the Pacific to remind us that R2P is a global issue. R2P norms are relevant right across the Pacific. We look at it from different lenses, but at the same time, we all have a duty and a responsibility to ensure that we're holding governments accountable, we're ensuring that issues of atrocity crimes continue to be addressed at all levels using all mechanisms, including our cultural values and our cultural principles. And that is what we're doing in the Pacific. And we're hoping to use this best practices examples to show the world how we can also move forward together. So from the Pacific, from myself this afternoon, I say, or thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Naya Khalib, certainly you succeeded in persuading us on the situations on the Pacific Islands facing in terms of climate crisis and injustice. I sympathize with the active initiative, especially by the Pacific Island nations, to institute sort of international norms and soft international law using various mechanisms, including ICJ advisory opinion, so that this issue is not confined to the Pacific Island itself, but it's a whole community. I know that Island Nations Association in United Nations making annual efforts, including the keynote speech and others, to appeal to the world to save this part of the Earth, especially on the Pacific Islands. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, we have about 10 minutes to go, so I'd like to open up the floor for any questions, any suggestions. Okay, Madam, yeah, you got the floor.
Thank you very much. I would sincerely like to thank all panelists. It has been very informative, but I also have a question which maybe even links some of the very diverse topics that you addressed. My question concerns and links R2P both to the refugee issues and the artificial intelligence in the context of R2P, and misusing technology to kill people, also long-term refugees. So I am interested to hear your comments. What should have been done by the international community to prevent mass atrocities in the occupied Palestinian territory, especially Gaza, which was a closed area with long-lasting refugee camps from where people, out of the 2.3 million, there were like 1 million children there, could not flee. And they were attacked and killed and injured by using the most advanced technology, including artificial intelligence. Here I mean surveillance, targeting, using robots with explosives, etc., etc. Namely, my opinion is that it is crucial to thoroughly study this case in order to regulate the use of AI, regulate the behavior of states and non-state actors, both perpetrators and bystanders, and to protect the future victims in other places. And as I already said today, when violations of international law become normalized or are ignored, it is a very grave geopolitical sign that global security and stability are at risk. So if one rule is broken, and in the case of Palestine and other places of huge suffering, and we heard about Myanmar and other places, we are witnessing a huge and dangerous erosion, including with immense ecological consequences that put into the question the possibility of future life in the areas where mass atrocities have been and still are committed. So I'm interested to hear your comments. What should have been done previously, but what we can learn from this to prevent future situations like this. Thank you.
I think before answering to your question, I think I truly very much echo your description, and then the question, what can we learn from that Gaza situation? I think as we all know about some political conflict, and even in the UN Security Council, cannot do any kinds of collective action to prevent the massive and trusty and grave and human rights violation. I think I just point out two things. One for the international community as a whole to maybe push the great power country to take any action at risk, and then that's the political will and political answer to your question. And then the second answer to your question, nowadays in the UN Charter as a whole is a evolution period. In the past, if I summarize one phrase in the UN Charter, particularly considering the security and peace issue, state-based and self-defense system. But I think currently, as you mentioned, that many crimes, international crime, committed by the non-state actors, the proxy, is the state actors very much blind at those kinds of a criminal. So the international law as a general has to be evolved, considered a new threat, particularly in the emerging disruptive technology cases. So, for example, like AI and then cyber cases are very much hard to maybe attribute some international wrongful acts to states, because they are mainly due to the technology characteristic and the evaporation and the calibration characteristic of the emerging technology, cyber. And so how we gonna moderator mentioned that the sovereignty and then individual some security reflecting human rights. So I think also we have to maybe criminalize and punish individual committed in international wrongful act, particularly in the R2P issue cases. But the international law is very relatively is very slow to deal with those kinds of issues. So draft state responsibility issue, and then international criminal issue, and also attributing the the international lawful act to the individual also has to be developed. So if I may be, the point I want to make is the international law as a general at the developed and then together with the R2P international human rights humanitarian law. So I think R2P issue cannot be singled out, isolated to develop. That can be my humble answer to your very important question. Thank you.
저도 한 가지 의견을 보태고 싶은데요. 저는
I would also like to add, basically I have 2 points that I would like to add. So in international politics, as a person that studies war, if we think about what happened in Palestine, it may be the case that the government that killed civilians have gained the upper hand, which is of course unfortunate. It's something that it cannot be tolerated. And I believe that that's how that war will be remembered, as something that's not tolerable, whether they were attacked first or not. The fact that it led to massive killings of civilians, of that government actually taking authority and power is very concerning. And the second point I would like to mention is, in the case of the Palestinian refugees, those in the Gaza Strip, that has to do it has to do with delegation of authority. But if you think about it, the Palestinian Refugee Organization, this entity, they have delegated authority. But what kind of role are they playing? Are they playing a desirable role? So we have the UN's refugee body and the Palestinian Refugee Organization. Do we need these two different type of organizations working separately? Ever since World War II, this was the overall structure. But is this structure still valid? And with regard to the role of the Palestinian refugee group, we do need to once again assess whether they have been playing the desirable role.
5분 미만이 남았습니다.
So we have less than 5 minutes remaining. If you have any burning questions you'd like to ask, please make it very short.
안녕하세요.
I'm an intern at NKDB. My name is Joon-Koo. I have a question for Professor Song. China is a part of the refugees the contract and also CIPSS, but they tend to reject assessing North Korean defectors to give them the refugee status, and non-refoulement principle is not adhered to, as tend to forcibly repatriate them to North Korea, the refugees in North Korea. And we ask for a refugee system to be established, and I'd like to know if the South Korean government's stance is to relax measures to save more lives. I would like to ask about the legitimacy or the relaxation of the rules from the South Korean government's point of view. I think this is a question I'm often asked when I come to North Korea Human Rights the conference, and my response is the same. I think when it comes to North Korean human rights issue, that this is a very important issue, especially for North Koreans overseas. This is a very important issue, but I think we also have to talk about the refugee the status of human rights of people, the other countries' people. So you need to take a universal approach. This is not a country-specific thing. A political will must be there, and without a political will, the Chinese government will continue to think of the situation as the economic migrant situation. And therefore, this is not like a forced forced migration, because this is economic immigration. So how can you enhance the rights of the North Korean defectors? I don't think it's just by the RSC. For example, the Chinese government has long stated this stance that they have exerted a lot of efforts to improve the rights of women in China. So as a way of promoting the rights of women in China, we can also hope to enhance the rights of North Korean residents in China. We talk about RST often, and we tend to criticize the Chinese government for their forced repatriation of North Korean refugees to North Korea. But I think it's important that we focus on improving the rights of North Korean women, North Korean with disabilities, and North Korean children, as the Chinese government tries to enhance the rights of women, people with disabilities, and children who are Chinese nationals. So we need to closely monitor the situation. We need to continue to exert pressure on China, but same effort, as I said, should be made in this regard as well.
And with that, we would like to conclude session 4. Thank you very much to our speakers here on site and our speakers that have joined us via video. Thank you very much. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to all of the members of the audience for being with us till the very end. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to conclude session 4. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This concludes the first day of R2P and North Korean Human Rights 2025. Thank you all for joining us today, and hopefully you will do so tomorrow as well. On your way out, please bring your interpretation devices back to the registration desk. Good night, everyone.
네, 감사합니다. 오늘 세션을 마무리하겠습니다.
Yes, thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the session. Dinner will be served here for those that have registered in advance. So please, we would like to take a short break, and for dinner will take place at 6.
For the registered people only, including the speakers. So please stay. We are using only 6 tables here, so please come forward for joining the dinner. Thank you. 감사합니다. 예, 이제 등록하신 분들만 남으시고 나머지 분들은 돌아가 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
저는 등록 안 한 것 같은데. 먹어도 됩니까?
예, 계십시오. 감사합니다.